Feminist Memory Project. And eventually, the Feminist Memory Project in Nepal took the form of the photo book titled The Public Life of Women, which won the Aperture Catalogue of the Year award at Paris Photo in 2023. And I remember reading in that interview where you referred to the photo book as you called it a recent expression of their ongoing work, and I thought that was very interesting. That and we've also had this conversation in the past where we've spoken about the photo book as a starting point rather than an end goal, and if you look at that as a way to kind of begin conversations and take these stories to different forms eventually. I wanted to maybe pick your brain about what you think is the life cycle of a photo book, and maybe you can reflect upon some of the books that you've come across in South Asia through your work as a writer.
Thank you. It's one of the interesting things that came. So the Nepal Picture Library is sort of an archive more generally, and has published another book previously, which is in the exhibition, Dalit: A Quest for Dignity.
This is
which was in 2000 and
from it.
Yeah, that's an image from the earlier book. But in my conversation, so the Public Life of Women sort of is an archival project that responds to the need for a comprehensive women's history in Nepal, which there hasn't been for a variety of reasons, particularly to do with archiving and institutions and their ability to create a space for people to engage with this history in a more direct way. One of the things that came up in my conversations with Divas and Nayantara was this idea of the archival campaign. I asked them sort of why they were thinking of their work in the form of an archival campaign, and this sort of speaks to the idea of it being a recent expression. The archival project started first and foremost as a digital archive that was being digitized, and then subsequently after it formed an exhibition in 2018 at Photo Kathmandu, and then after that it became a book. Now, an exhibition functions very differently than a book does, right? And clearly they had different intentions. This history is so vast. I was talking to Nayantara about this idea, the Thaddeus Hartman idea about how do you tell an impossible story while also amplifying the impossibility of its telling. There's so much sort of going on. There's such a large repository of work. One thing that they wanted to really avoid was creating an indexicality of women. This sort of idea that Nepali women's history is all about certain successful, consequential figures, political figures, social figures, writers, but to sort of underline this idea of community, solidarity, and connection, the idea that feminist histories are entirely collective and that they take place in the public space, that they take place through actions rather than through the recording of necessarily of those actions. And I didn't get to see the 2018, I don't know if Rahab, maybe you did, but 2018 edition, but the exhibition itself was to create a sense of to overwhelm the viewer. It wanted to sort of, to create a sense that these connections aren't necessarily something that can be immediately legible. That sense that you get when you walk into the exhibition is that the story is, one, ongoing, and two, sort of, a far larger project than what the exhibition can contain, which I think is interesting because I think similarly with photo books, I think it's interesting when books point to their own limitations, which is something that the Public Life of Women book version did quite elegantly. There were individual sort of mini profiles of some consequential political and literary figures, but also a sense of the place that they occupied in a larger collective history. So in that sense, I mean, those kinds of conversations, that interview in particular, made me think a lot about, like you're saying, where does the photo book begin? If it begins with the conception of an idea or access to an archive, where does it end? Does it end with publication? Clearly for Nayantara and for Divas, for the Nepal Picture Library, this is just sort of one iteration. of what the public life of women can be. Finding ways for people to engage with these pictures. I spoke to them about this interesting idea of photo elicitation. This idea where they would speak to the actual women featured in these photographs and show them the pictures as a form of inviting testimony, inviting conversation. I think all of those things, the book functions as a tool, but also sort of perhaps one framework within which the main themes of this history can come across, rather than being some sort of comprehensive document on women's history in Nepal. I was thinking about other publishing practices in South Asia, and this idea of, playing around with the archive. I think so much of the health of the publishing ecosystem in India depends upon access to what came before, whether that's actual printed material that you can touch in libraries like yours and bookstores like yours, but also ideas and potentially also sort of the ways in which people have approached the photo book form and approached resistance. I'm not sure where this might fall, and it was like sort of a book from a while ago, but one thing that I thought was quite interesting in conversation with the Nepal Picture Library book was this book by Shan Bhattacharya called The Curious Case of Achintya Bose. So it was kind of a fake found archive. What the idea behind it, I think it came out in 2019, was that Shan, this photographer from India, from Kolkata, he found a series of pictures and he built sort of a narrative around it of a person that seemingly had been photographed through the course of the 20th century without ever having aged a day. So there's this idea of their photographs appearing in a variety of different contexts, supplemented with sort of scanned letters and notes, but to create this fiction that emerges from the container of the found document, which I think is also quite interesting because it makes us think a little bit more broadly about this idea of the found document as carrying some sort of truthful or potent history. I think printed matter can be used for revolutionary purposes, but it can also lead us into this space where the container or the framework, whether that's a book or a pamphlet, kind of does a lot of the work in legitimizing certain forms of knowledge, and that can work both ways. And I thought Shan's book was quite an interesting way of playing with that idea of archival discovery. I think another book, not in South Asia, but the one that I've been reading that came out actually this month and should be at the fair. It's by Radius Books, by this artist named Stephanie Siyuko. She's from the Philippines, lives in the Bay Area right now, I think. Her work deals a lot with the way in which American archives in particular, but Western archives in general, have represented the Philippines, and how particularly what visibility particularly means in these contexts. One of her more recent works has her quite literally putting her hand over the faces of people that were shot or photographed for ethnographic purposes. And it kind of plays into this idea of, when we look back at history, is seeing someone in a context that perhaps has been captioned and is rightfully theirs, is that inherently restitutive? Does me seeing someone from this archive, does that initially create a relationship that is unproblematic? That means just because I see them, that means they have a place in history through this book, and hence there's some sort of repatriation happening. Stephanie Siyuko's work kind of questions that, and questions the idea of the visibility of the photographic document, while also the impression of the person rejecting the terms that it comes to us with. Funnily enough, her fingers sort of reminded me when I was an undergraduate and I would download I downloaded like a bootleg copy of Ways of Seeing, and that copy in particular, it just had like the fingertips of someone whose just their fingers found themselves on like the scanner bed. So yeah, along with each page were also sort of the fingerprints of the person that physically scanned that document so that I could read it for free. which I thought was an interesting inversion of what Stephanie Siuko is trying to do. But I think there's great power in looking back at some of these documents. There are a range of photographers within South Asia as well that are working in these kind of spaces, but also thinking about circulation, which is the final thing I'll say, which is something that Nayantara and Divas and I discussed as well, which was how do you get this book to many people? Or how do you get ideas out? How do you circulate them? Perhaps we'll talk about that a little bit more, because so much of the way in which books are received and thought about depends on their circulation. And it's perhaps the Feminist Memory Project, the book is sort of one element in a series of other exhibitions, but yeah, I think it's important to create a system of circulation. I think that a publishing ecosystem isn't necessarily healthy if it's comprised only of bookmakers. Who are you having a conversation with, and yeah, what are the terms of that conversation, and what is the terms of the independence, which is also, I think, where the role of the author and the editor, Rahab, like you were talking about comes in. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And all of where we are with publishing, whether it's a photo book or zines or pamphlets or even things like the Trolley Times, for example, a public journal that's come out of the farmers' protests as a grassroots publication. But it's in the exhibition as an artistic response, because there is illustrations along with essays that are written by the people who are part of the protest to put this material out as something that is documenting that time from the grassroots. But it all comes from like earlier traditions of protest materials that have been printed and circulated in various forms within the South Asia region, right? And the means of production also define how some of these publications are being made, and the means of circulation define how we are able to get these stories out there, not just in the book form. And maybe I'll put this question to you, Rahab, since you do have a certain knowledge about the history of this, of the protest materials that have been printed and circulated in India in the past. Could you tell us a little bit about?
Okay. You are smiling, so I'm assuming this is something we've talked about.
Yes.
Okay.
The Damn You magazine.
Oh, yes. Okay. Got it. No, for me, this whole context also comes to some kind of fruition if we insert a few more contexts of locations such as the Global South. I mean, after all, those lines of sight became very important to associate with the kind of resistance publication you're intimating. So how to decenter the New Yorks and Londons and Parises of this world, and to think about Eastern Europe and the Eastern Bloc and so on and so forth. And of course, South Asia's association with communist cultures was quite strong. So, and this played out very, very distinctly in the 1970s and 80s with the establishment of street theater groups, with the establishment of, even earlier, with the Indian People's Theatre Organization Association. So I would say post-independence, 1947 onwards, which kind of captured, I would say, a lot of the independence movements within and around South Asia, then led to thinking quite openly about institutional engagements in what is modernism, industrialism, and industrialization. Now, all of this becomes quite complicated when we come to the 1970s, when, as it were, the quote-unquote democratic is in play at the moment. Many things start happening. I think there's always been a resistance to the freedom of expression, and hence there have always been segues. I wouldn't even call them segues. There have been important ways of creating alternative fields of expression. And so one such mode was very much, in one sense, influenced by the Village Voice that was coming out in New York at the time with another magazine in the 60s, which was called Fuck You, a magazine for the arts. and it was edited by Ed Sanders at the time. And it found its way in the hands of another kind of literary personality and cultural thinker, you could call him, Arvind Krishna Mehrotra. And when I was at Cornell earlier in this week, I learned from Professor Iftikhar Dadi, who's here with us today, that they have a lot of his archives in Cornell as well. But effectively what happened is that he came up with another magazine primarily circulating in Bombay, also in Allahabad, called Damn You, a magazine for the arts. And this became very important because, as you will recognize, this happened all over the world. People ended up with cyclo-style machines, and they were printing subversive material in their basements, in their homes. And so it circulated through that. And what I found wonderful about it was its means of circulation, which said, please pass this on and take whatever is commensurate with the dignity of the taker. So, and you were meant to, as you passed on this magazine, take a little bit of money and send it to the publisher. That was crowdfunding in the 1970s. And I found it interesting because all of them were working with coffee houses and such like. So we have, and there were other artist-led magazines that were coming out at the time, such as Vrishchik translates as Scorpion, associated with the university and faculty and artists. And so their question was, how do you keep to the idea and the essence of being an aesthetic nomad at this point of time? And I think that is important to remember within the context of decentering narratives around resistance publishing and publications. I think maybe to just end that, I think resistance writing, image making, and so on is very much around today. And one of the ways in which we engage with it is, of course, through the cross-genre and the cross-disciplinary again. And so when we come to this, figure that Varun, you were talking about, this archival figure that is also an online figure and a consumer, we very much come close to this idea of how does a producer and a consumer, the spectacle, the spectator, how do we come to a line of sight in which we collectively move, the needle and press on ahead. So I think it's as much about authorship as about identifying what one's position is in the publics, the counter publics, and the counter canons that we are about to create. And for that, history has a very good sort of line of sight that has been created from the 60s, 70s, and 80s in virtually every sphere. I was looking at Joan Jonas's exhibition yesterday at the MoMA, and what an incredible array of performative action that is. So I found that extremely pertinent and potent, and probably has resonances in Nepal with the work of Asmina Ranjit, for instance, right? So she's a very important performing arts who works with archival sensibilities around the body, right? How is the body also an archive, an ancient form that is constantly creating and recreating its complexity in the present? And this is why also so much of what we're dealing with in India is a resistance to still nudity, still questions of what becomes, an absurd question right now. But these contexts of how the human form, the body, and its contexts have been thought about in the present create as much, I think, fuel for us to think about how we should continue to articulate its changing resonance, changing context in our present.
I mean, this idea of the body as an archive and thinking through the taboos around nudity and how do you even put these images out there, again, bring me back to Cheryl's work, because these are some of the central questions that you are also asking, your body as becoming a part of the family archive, but indirectly challenging the representation of women that have been in the history of your family's tradition and in most of our family albums, so to speak. And just coming to this idea again of circulation, right? Of circulation and how do these images, these stories move either through published material or online, and what does that change when when it switches sort of or switches between these various modes? One of the things we spoke about was this idea of the printed book, sometimes the photo book as being inaccessible in its price point. So how effective does it even become as a form of protest? And if we look at some of the history of the printed materials that have come out of our regions through like basement, like Rahab was saying, these very punk movements of making these zines and pamphlets in your basement and then circulating them. And I think that because we have access to internet, which is another mode of kind of distribution for published materials. Maybe I wanted to ask your thoughts on, as somebody who self-published 2 books. Yeah, where do you see? I don't know how to frame this question exactly, but I guess where do you see the role of independent publishing when it comes to the space we're occupying on the internet right now versus book fairs like this?
So I have always joked about this, that I would probably not make a traditional photo book as long as I can resist it, because it feels like, feels like a rite of passage. Every photographer, you put out a body of work, and ultimately those beautifully printed photographs live in a beautifully bound book on someone's shelf or on top of someone's coffee table. But I don't believe every work directly translates into the book form. I think it is the role of the author, the editor, to identify that. And I do think circulation, like if the intention of the work is just circulation, then there are so many ways to do that. There are cheaper ways to do that. There are more effective ways. Online, I think people like bookmaking, I feel in the photo world, in the circles that I occupy and have access to, bookmaking is very mutually agreeably becoming, it's just something you put money into. It does not give you anything back. It's just a child who takes all your money and doesn't even get good grades. So what is the purpose of publishing then? Are you doing that because you have this, I don't know, you have this idea of a photographer in your mind who just publishes book? Or are there other intentions to the work? So like naming those intentions, like Varun was saying earlier, book is not the final form of the work. The book exists in a public space. It exists between a circle, a group of spectators, of readers, and that is the afterlife of the book. I think as bookmaking will be important, publishing is important, it is inherently political, and I think it is very necessary that publishing and independent publishing continues going. But there are these other alternative forms of circulation that are becoming more important, that kind of extend the book form. Like, what is the afterlife of a book? It's social media, sadly. But it is also a exhibition space. It is also a space where books are curated, are activated, where they are put together in a certain selection, like at the exhibition at the Printed Matter, where certain readings and certain voices can be promoted and pushed forward to just a curation, a public library, a museum. I remember Rahab talking previously about museums in exiles, books, libraries in exiles. What does it mean to publish today in a form where it is not the primary mode of getting knowledge and education? What does it mean to even imagine an afterlife of the book and think that the conversation is not over? Like, you can put the book out, but it still has room for revision. The idea of the book as a final form prevents me from making notes, scribbling, making anecdotes in this printed form, being like, oh, this is the final form. What does the book then look like if they are viewed as something that can be constantly revisited and revised again and again? I think that becomes an exciting space to think about publishing and the afterlife of books.
Yeah, I mean, even in a lot of the publications in the exhibition, actually, are not published books. They exist as dummies. They exist as things that have kind of taken the form of printed matter, because they are sensitive topics, and either they are, a very personal response to a political, censoring or shutting down of a certain voice, and that's why they exist as these books, and then they get to travel in this way. In fact, the internet then becomes a little bit of a dangerous place to put things out because of all the censorship, which, as also an artist and a publisher and somebody who's working, at in a para institution in some way, is a concern. Either being censored or the fear of being censored in the future about exhibitions like this or protest books that come out. Y'all have been kind of waving this little pamphlet around, and this is actually the catalog for the exhibition, in which there is an essay by Tanvi Mishra titled Margin Notes. And in that essay, she's reflecting upon the place of independent publishing as, as creating space for what she had mentioned as oppositional repositories or alternative knowledge systems. And that's what independent publishing in our region can do, is that challenge the existing archives that are being controlled by the state, or create new archives to basically have stories from the grassroots being represented as well. And Varun, somebody who has a voice and who has been platforming certain books and artists through critical writing and the interviews that you've done with artists. I wanted to know perhaps your opinion on what is the role and the responsibility of a writer about photography in creating space for these publications to exist, and perhaps also the role of the photo book or the artist book in holding space as an oppositional repository or as an alternative knowledge system.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the publishing project we're talking about, we've spoken about monographs, like Cheryl's and some of the books that you've worked on, but also sort of more historical synthesis, like what Rahab's 2 volumes have done, and so sort of this idea of looking back at material that already exists, but also finding new ways to engage with it visually, but also in terms of text and argument. You mentioned Tanvi's essay, and I think that idea of the oppositional repository, that idea of creating space in the margins, is very important and very much a part of what the future of publishing in South Asia and self-publishing, I think, will look like, or at least where it will gather most of its energy. As we've sort of seen a glimpse of, especially from what you were saying, Rahab, self-publishing has always, or independent publishing has always found ways to remold, I guess, to use Tanvi's word. It has always evolved in response to the context, whether that's the evolution of the editor's note or the subscription fee, or very much the subject matter, and even sort of the terms in which certain things are printed. There were photographers like Kishore Parekh, due to which, who sort of, because of the work of the artist, they actually pushed the editors and writers to expand the amount of pages that a photograph got in the Hindustan Times, a major daily newspaper in India. So I think the role of writers, I think the writers are part of an ecosystem that can be strengthened, I think, in 2 places. I do believe that because self-publishing is something that requires a fair amount of ingenuity, and artists will always approach narratives that they find compelling in their own ways. Somewhere where I feel like support is less is in the beginning, which is what I was talking about earlier, in this idea of creating a context, creating a sense that printed matter doesn't operate in a silo. It operates in response to the structures that that allow it to circulate. I'm thinking of, so one example is this newer, young photographer, Abhishek Kedekar from Maharashtra. He's done a few different projects and works commercially. He lives in Delhi. He published a book recently with Loose Joints called Tamasha, which is based in Maharashtra. A really excellent photographer, but I was having a conversation with him last week, and I actually spoke to him about an earlier project of his, which is him going back to his hometown, which he's thinking of turning into a book soon. But that emerged from a thesis project he worked on at NID, the National Institute of Design, which has a massive repository of photographers going back and uncovering the work of maybe long lost studio photographers or practitioners that may not have sort of gotten the legitimacy that they had before. So this sort of folding back, creating an institution that allows people in the present to fold back and reinterpret their own histories in a way that feels like it has some personal stakes for them, produces really interesting new work, which I think Abhishek's is an example of. But yeah, these institutions, libraries, reading rooms, if you want a public that is more interested in buying books, you need a public that isn't just, that has an experience of flipping through books more regularly, particularly photo books. I think a lot of people in India have grown up with that same Raghurai Tibet book on their coffee table, so like it's, and I think like, it really, it's, the photo book can be, I guess we've said in many different ways, different things. And I actually have a question for Rahab based on something that you mentioned in an earlier conversation we have, but there are so many different ways in which the photo book can be a fulcrum on which then a larger set of conversations can happen. I'm also thinking about this designer Roy Sade. He has this idea, this traveling library called Bound Narratives from the Savannah region. And he brings up sort of a moving library of books to create different sort of arguments, and the ways in which the books are presented are quite sort of like inventive, just similar to the exhibition across the street. I was thinking about another exhibition that I think you were in a better position to talk about, Rahab, but you mentioned dislocations at Ballet Tokyo. And I thought that was a very interesting sort of next step for a project that is trying to gain a better understanding of the health of publishing and publishing's place in resistance. You want to talk a little bit about that? Or you visited it? Yeah. Oh, then you can just, no problem.
Do you want to say something before I say something?
No, you can say something and then I'll say thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Varun, for bringing that up. Actually, there was a suite of exhibitions that I encountered, one of which was also called Past Disquiet. And I highly recommend seeing that show or at least buying the catalog. So there were two exhibitions. Past Disquiet, of course, was about fine artists from Palestine who had been showing material, activists who had been showing material, who were also artists at the time, showing material from the 1950s onwards, all the way till the 1990s. And what you talked about, Cheryl, was, of course, this idea of the museum in exile. And what they did was perform that by taking works of art from different regions, from Palestine to different regions around the world, including, Sao Paulo or Mexico and such like. And every time they went to a new location, they kind of engaged with new ideas surrounding questions of, I suppose, citizenship, largely, right? What is the role and place of the citizen? What is the question of citizenship bringing up? And what is a refugee status bringing up in our present? And there are many questions that come about. And what they try to do is engage with different kinds of artist collectives. And so they move from place to place to place. And what's nice about the exhibition is that it also has a catalog you can pick up. It's a digital version that I think Chicago University Press has printed, so you can buy an online version. The printed copies were sold out at the time. So then we came to dislocations, and you began with, I think it was a Myanmari artist who had done a kind of work in tapestry. And I think I was interested in that idea of the interwoven globe that we are in. Because what happens through dislocations is you come to this question of translation, you come to this questions of readability, you come to the question, as you suggested, of rereading, and all of these are important sort of, I would say, vectors which catalyze the image at our present. And so we know that in Myanmar there are the 5 tribes and the 5 sort of, as it were, cultures that exist around. Some have been elided, some have grown in context, some are more dominant than others. And I think that, in a way, for me, provided one entry point into thinking quite open-endedly about what is the culture of publishing today, because what you talked about was public engagement, but we are also engaging in public culture, right? And so in this context, is it so that there is 100% readability of images across the globe? That means when I show you something or Cheryl produces a book, is it read similarly across all publics? And the answer to that is probably it is not. And so who are we actually creating as a public, and who are we communicating to? And like texts, are images so easily able to channel, through this idea, or is there a moment of translation? And I think then we come to a very interesting question, is how to translate works and how to interpret them. I know you want to say something, so please, Cheryl, why don't you end? But anyway, I would like to end with the idea of translating across.
That is a beautiful note to end on. Thank you, Rahab, and I'm pretty sure we'll be thinking about this the rest of the day. I know I will. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions. Thank you very much to our panelists for that very, very insightful conversation. And thank you, Keith, and the entire Printed Matter team, which I didn't get to say before, for everything you've done. Sunil, Sunny, Hannah, Keith, Craig, who've supported this exhibition right from the beginning, and it was absolutely impossible, even for having us here today in this conversation. So thank you.
because oh, that's loud. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sternberg from Further Reading. I'll be presenting by myself. One of my colleagues participated in this presentation. I think before I start, I want to ask one sentence for our publication. Yeah, so today I'll be presenting about our practice in further reading. So the title of the classroom is called Read at Your Own Pace and Place. It's one of our slogan actually. So at further reading, yeah. So this is actually a picture of our bookmark before it goes to print. So yeah, further reading. I think yeah, I'll present it in. I'll try to present it in a linear manner. So from the beginning, progressing to the most recent project, unless when I have to stop to briefly highlight some key points. And if you have some question, I think feel free to interrupt or just ask question. Yeah. Yeah. In further reading, we believe that reading is a multifaceted act, meaning it's not only about a textual context or activity, but it is also something to look at or to comprehend the meaning of, to interpret, even to listen. I mean, as in when you read something that you listen to your own perspective or like voices. It can also be to discover information by, to inspect and record, to copy or transfer. And that definition of reading has influenced our practice, progressing from the very beginning back in 2017 to the most recent currently. And we began as a Instagram publication or Instagram magazine. So this is how it looked like in the beginning, where the reading acted mostly like a online compilation of reading references, where it started in our studio, and then each of us would read like any articles that we think is influential, and then we would like to share it to our friends or to public, and we utilize Instagram as a free medium. And the way we do it is we created a visual, and then we sort of make a summarize and with a very brief caption, and we share it, and we also provide the link online so people who are interested to read further can access the article. Our initial intent with further reading was to get people to read, especially designers or graphic designers. And we want also to make reading a delight or like a interesting experience, and to trigger larger discourse, especially within the design community in Indonesia. We are based in Indonesia. And through the online presence, the online publication, we sort of try to create segments to specify our activities. Like for instance, currently we have several segments that is called appendix, bookmark, bookshelf, discourse, profile, select, and take part in. Appendix is a supplementary material with considerable substance outside current conversation, curated with our team with discerning consideration and a little bit of sentiment. And bookmark is a segment of ours that supply German online reading that are related to design matters. Whereas bookshelf suggests a personal selection of books that inspired and or influenced our contributors as well as their practice today. Discourse is a series of dialogue with educational institutions intended to present the method of teaching, learning, thinking within the larger creative constellation. Profile focuses on pivotal figure whose practice reflects a significant impact on society. Select is more like an editorial approach, where it's a collection of personal picks from our team members and contributors based on a certain theme or keywords. This segment presents things that in one way or another influence our creative process through a more fluid themes. And lastly, take part in is our open call or submission to the public to participate in our publications or our programs. These are a few lists of our contributors to today. It's still growing because we continue publishing and creating programs. We have our contributors ranging from artist, critic, designer, writer, researcher, and other disciplines. In the beginning, the reading also works in the exhibition making program. So besides doing the online publication, we also try to do something more closer to our audience or our readers. For instance, this exhibition is called On Paper, where we curated, I think, about 5 designers and artists to develop a paper-based artwork that was built upon literatures or reading that are important to them or have influenced their practice. So for instance, we have, I think this is a fashion designer and creating something with the paper weaving, and then this is some sort of like a book. Also printmaking, and we also did some workshops with the artists. And these are sort of the exhibition handout that also serve as a exhibition or artwork captions. Next, before we are moving to our printed publication, we did several exhibitions and public programs. And this one was a collateral exhibitions in response to London Book Fair, where Indonesia was one of the guests of honor. And this exhibition or this public program, public intervention, is called Ways of Reading. So Ways of Reading examines or challenges the notions of reading through space and surrounding. The exhibition starts with a series of public intervention around London and later showcases as an exhibition with a discussion. So we collaborated with an architect studio where we create a series of these unidentified objects to interrupt or disrupt our normal, regular, everyday life. So we take this opportunity to exercise, to observe how this might or not alter how we read or perceive our surrounding, visually or behaviorally. Some images from the public interventions. And by the end of the program, we created or documented the public intervention and make it a handout. It also serves as a exhibition poster, and this is how it looks with the exhibition, where we showcase all the identified objects, and along with within the exhibition we created this discussion revolving the theme of urban architecture and reading. And why printed books? And in late 2018 to early 2019, through the series of programs and exhibitions that we have created, we received positive inquiries from our readers for original contents, like original writing. So we took this as an opportunity to examine ourselves as an entity. And during this trip to London, we also take the chance to make a study, like to do a visit many bookshops, small and large, to look into what kind of reading materials are commonly found in the UK and international market during the fair. And we found there is this lacking of representation of Southeast Asian voices in the global or Western-driven design world. Very few or hard to find. Of course, this is a very personal look, and we wanted to do something with it. And we sort of took this chance and to make it our responsibility to be able to amplify or present Southeast Asian voices within the design world. So the way we do it is we do publishing as a method, as a strategy. First, to promote decentralized and foster counterculture focuses. And it also involves editing, carefully consideration, and reading to cultivate like-minded community. This is our first publication. We call it For the Reading Print. And for the first issue, we are discussing the theme of identity. On our first this issue, our editorial approach is to look inwards and respond to the challenges and demand that we are facing as both designer and non-designer. We examine our values within social, cultural, political, economic, and ecological contexts, and address to respond using our knowledge, skill, and resource. In this issue, we delve into the theme of identity, and see how the single subject could give rise to different interpretation. So within the book, we collected, I think, about 20 contributors from different disciplines to respond to the theme of identity. We also try to make a activation for the book. So we created this pop-up installation during the launch. And we also try to, again, like to make a reading a delight. So we created this book-shaped cookies. So you can eat cookies while reading, something like that. And since we also produce or like print all our publication ourselves in the studio, we created this notebook for writing. So if the book is for reading, this notebook is for writing. So this notebook is utilizing the misprint or the leftover paper from the production and make it something useful. And in 2020, we were invited by Sulki and Min from South Korea to participate in this exhibition. It's called Solidarity Sports. And for this exhibition, we created a project called Common Reading. So Common Reading is an ongoing research on how specifically Southeast Asian creatives read. The ongoing study is based on this question: how do geographical, cultural, or personal factors influence our reading materials? And what does this mean to our design practice in the current geopolitical circumstances? So to support this ongoing research, we created like an online survey to collect as much as responses as possible from our fellows and friends in the Southeast Asia. This is sort of the identity of the project, Common Reading Southeast Asia. And this visual is the result of the research, and it's a visual response to the research. And it was exhibited at Gwangju, South Korea, back in 2020. It's also, this is the exhibition catalog. Yeah, and yeah, throughout, as we progressed in doing exhibitions and started to do publishing, and with the focus on Southeast Asia, I think we sort of gained some insight into the independent publishing as well as the strong Southeast Asian identity. So these are some maybe points that sort of we found, or while we came across, or like while we're progressing with our project. So talking about Southeast Asia, I think it's always talking about historical similarities and shared heritage. And then also we're talking about the spirit of independence, sort of a do-it-yourself attitude. And makeshift, spontaneity, and alternativeness. Lastly, we're also talking about the sense of collectiveness and community. In the end of 2020, we published our second issue, where we talk about boundaries. Again, it's also a compilation of writings from around 20 contributors around the world. And yeah, this is how our book launch looks like. So we try to materialize what's inside the book into a physical form. So it's more like a representation, interpretation of every article. And also to accompany the publication, we created this merchandise. It's a scented candle, so it's a response to the idea of boundaries. So we sort of try to think about what object could transcend boundaries. So I think smell is one of them. And this is how it looks with the pop-up book launch. And after the book launch, we also repurposed the banner and make it into a tote bag. So I think it also quite experimental, and how like from a banner we can convert into a tote bag and also still contain the reading materials. So we can carry around with the tote bag, and we can still sort of like a wearable publication. And we also did several alterations of this physical form of the book. or like from the information within the book. So this time we also respond or like improvise the book and make it into sort of like an information board within a concept store, like more like a fashion store. So we, in further reading, we also try to sort of disrupt or interrupt the everyday with our publication, something like that. We also created this mixtape in collaboration with Acetone. Acetone is like a trio, a multinational trio. I think one of them lives in New York. So we always try to sort of how like from one book we can also transform it into different experience. So yeah. And in further reading, we also work in series. We now have 4 different series. One is further reading print, which is the annual journal, and then we also have further reading zine series, surfing suggestion, which is more like a design, food cultural publication, and double take, which is more focusing on creative writings. And this is also one of the most recent one from the annual journal. It's called Down South Outgazing Our Views. So in this issue, we examine a graphic design practice from outside the Western canon. So in this issue, we collect about 20 contributors of graphic designers or researcher in design writers with focus on Southeast Asia or also Global South perspective. Yeah, so we try to look into sort of the challenges or the current landscape of graphic design in Southeast Asia and how it also has some influence, or maybe not so much because it's not very publicly presented yet, I think. And yeah, this is how it looks with the launch. I think this was the launch, and we try to make like a process showcase of the publication, and we also invite people to respond to a series of prompts and questions responding to the editorial of the book. This is some merchandise, and we also continue doing the scented incense sticks this time. And the smell was inspired by Easter lights, which is trade winds that blows from the east to the west. So it's a response to the editorial talking about graphic design from the east. And also again, we also sort of trying to interpret the editorial and make it into sounds. And this time we work together with Munir, which is a Southeast Asia, actually from Indonesia, musical DJ, and also graphic designer and publisher, where he collected all these musics and sounds from the Southeast Asian archives. And for the reading print is one of our flagship series. And we are currently working on our 4th issue, which is about design education. So this is the 4th issue of this from the series. And this is the editorial from our latest issue, which is the number 4 about design education. So this issue we aims to spotlight self-organized, sporadic, spontaneous, and informal education initiative within the realm of creative fields, both historical and contemporary. Through this initiative, though these initiatives are not limited to the design discipline, they are crucial in informing design practice in general. These initiatives are often catalyzed by communities outside of the design world, such as artists, writers, researchers, academia, and others. From this convergence and intersectionalities, we observe how this initiative gave way to emergence of communities, discourses, artworks, objects, and even strategies. It is important to note that this publication that we are currently bringing to New York is still in a work progress. So we will keep adding more writings until the end of this year, where we're going to publish the full version. And moving on, we will be presenting about the zine series, which is more like a loose format done in close collaboration with other creative protagonists. So these are some of the zines that we have created in collaboration with mostly Indonesian visual artists. And for the middle one, we also try to materialize the book into a performance. It's a puppet show, also one of the activities that we did for the book launch, for the zine launch. And this particular zine is in close collaboration with Mufti Priyanka, which is Indonesian visual artist. And within the zine, we sort of, together with the artist, edit and sort of make a collage of his 20 years of archives. And for all the covers, it's original drawing by the artist himself. This is one of the recent zine from the zine series. It's about type design in Southeast Asia. The zine also features, I think, about 16 to 20 type designers and graphic designers or critics from Southeast Asia and beyond. So while Southeast Asia does not often take the center stage in discussion related to type design, the region possesses diverse and complex writing system shaped by the interconnected yet unique histories of its nation. At present, the region's own distinct circumstances gives way to the emergence of vernacular typographic practices that are informed by traditions as much as the future. From this zine, the zine is our method to bridge connection within the creative ecosystem in Southeast Asia, aim to highlight typography practices within the region so they can flourish in a broader cultural sphere. So within the zine, we collected a few interviews, essays, and also photo archives and showcases and artworks, type-based artworks by Southeast Asian type designers and designers. The next one is about Surfing Suggestion, which is a magazine reading into culture through food. So for this magazine, we sort of approach critical writings into a more popular gesture that is a magazine. So within the magazine, we utilize food as an entry point for larger discussion on art, design, culture, history, heritage, and even to social politics. These are the first two issues that we published. The one on the right, the green one, is the first issue, and it begins with food as a medium of expression. In the last decades, we have seen how food becomes both more complex and nuanced, personal and social, a political subject, and an everyday affair embedded into memories, both happy and sad, a representation of ideas from the past and ideas that are yet to come. In the first issue, we are excited to present pieces that explore food in different contexts. There are also a few segments within the publication that highlights personal connection with food through memories, also some interviews, translate tabletop conversation of a dinner into a written form. And in the first issue, we have an interview with Indonesian fine artist Arin Sunario, who shared about his deep appreciation of food and the connection between food and his art and his favorite places to eat. And also there is an essay titled Fungal Encounters, takes us on foraging for mushroom through urban areas and beyond. There is also an essay by Soy Division, a musical and performative collective, Indonesian performance collective based in Berlin, and a write-up on their artistic collaboration with artist Pei Ying Lin from Taiwan, on which incorporate viruses in culinary experiences. On the second issue, on the orange, we pick up where we left off in our debut issue while also providing a unique contrast to it of sorts, similar to recreating a favorite dish with a slightly different ingredients or seasoning this time. We are joined by the illustrator from Malaysia, Louis Lee Wei Yi, print on the cover, where this illustration was created using fish tails or a prawn tail. And for the interview, we are joined by an Indonesian restaurateur who is also an art collector, and several essays on food culture in the in Sundanese cuisine from Indonesia, and a few others more political essays on how the governmental efforts in co-opting social cultural importance for political gain in relation to food. I think in general, Surfing Suggestion try to amplify diverse perspective regarding our relationship with food and aims to delve deeper into how personal and individual historical socio-cultural aspects shape the gastronomic landscape, extending beyond Indonesia to encompass various interconnected contexts. And besides doing the book launch and pop-ups, we also usually do a public discussion. This was from the launch of Surfing Suggestion with our editors and guest writer. And last series will be a double take, which is a series or imprint of publications by our editor, Omar Mikhail, which was supposed to come but couldn't, with a focus on creative writings. In the first issue of Double Take, he discusses about vices. What vices do you hold dear, or what transgressions can you let go of? Better yet, what don't you want to let go of? In this issue is an examination into a complex relationship and attachment we have with our own respective vices. And within this publication, we are joined by 11 contributors, contributing in various forms, from writings to illustrations and comics. Besides doing our publishing, doing our publication programs, we are also doing our production ourselves in-house, meaning we also produce or print everything in-house with our risograph machine. And this is a glimpse of our production from the logistics, the printing. Sometimes we also fix our own machine. And this is some of the, again, we try to make use of being resourceful, and this is some of the misprint that we converted into a notepad. So we still use this for our everyday usage, for taking notes on everything else. And last from our program is a pop-up bookshop, which is one of our ways to distribute our own publication, especially in Indonesia. So we name this project Kiosk. It's an assortment of printed matters and other interesting curious in a temporary physical experience, one place at a time. So we usually work together with like a gallery or a shop or like a cafe to make a pop-up bookshop where we present our publications and others that we curated and try to make it closer to the public. These are some of the iterations of the pop-up bookshop. Yeah, I think that's it from me. Yeah. So for the reading, I mean, we constantly changing modes of practices and how we operate ourselves, but we usually stick with this definition as a independent multi-format publishing platform with a production and distribution unit. So our aim is to seek to engage in discourse within design practices by exploring wider contexts through various program experiences with topics relevant to or within Southeast Asia and globally. Yeah, we constantly adapting to forms and function to effectively conveys our intention. And yeah, lastly, we also recently worked with Edition Taube and David Horowitz to translate his book, How to Shoplift Books, into Bahasa Indonesia. I think it was also an interesting project where we sort of try to also inject the context of Southeast Asia and Indonesia through this publication. Yeah, that's it for now, I think. Yeah. to third floor. Thank you very much.
Downloading. Oh, downloading. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. This is our book launch, the first time this book sets its foot into the world. So I'm very excited to be here. Let me introduce ourselves. I'm Lorena Mostajo. I'm the publisher of Taller California. I run this micro artist press that is based in San Diego and Tijuana. We publish books produced in collaboration with artists and writers from the region. It is a difficult space, but also a very fruitful space. So it is some of the books that we have kind of give an account of the space where we're in, but also some of them challenge the notions about the place. Here with me is Andrade, an artist who is the author of this book, of this photo book, and I'm going to give her the microphone. Oh, you have your own microphone. I want to let her talk and introduce herself. Thank you.
So hi, thanks for being here. I'm Ana Andrade. I'm an artist from the Tijuana, San Diego region as well. I believe I'm a transborder woman, and yeah, I work across different disciplines. This book, it's from a photography project, and I do video as well, sculpture, text, and other forms of expression according to what's the need. But yes, we'll be focusing on this very huge project that started in 2011, and we're finally here. It's here.
So we want to start by talking about the region where Ana was working. This happened in the Tijuana River, which is a river that has two sources. One is in San Diego and the other is in Ensenada. So these two affluents get together in Tijuana, and then the river crosses back to the States. Part of the river is next to the border in Tijuana. So this is the area where Ana was photographing. And we're going to also have this talk as a conversation. I'm going to be asking Ana a little bit about her process. So we'll go over some of the images, but also talk about the way in which we work with the editing and the layout of the book. So, and I wanted to ask you about, you are from Tijuana, and you've been a transborder and transfronteriza for a long time. So can you tell us, the way in which you started looking at the space and being aware of the complexities or the quotidian of the space?
All right. Yes. So since I was a child, I remember that we used to cross the border always to do like our weekends there, or for activities. That's like a common thing. And well, I grew up in between these two spaces that I refer to as like a bipolar territory because of the way the landscape changed abruptly from one country to the other. And I think after years, I was like reflecting on the way that I think, or the way that I live in a way. And I think this is like growing up in between these two contrasting places and having the accessibility of like looking at one in the Mexico side, like this chaotic thing between like different colors, different structures, and then going to US and like everything's order. So being in the limit also of like living in North Mexico and in South California. So like this is like I call it like the heterogeneous thing, and I started like observing this heterogeneous elements in my daily life. Another thing that I witnessed since I was a child was like people who were trying to get across the border. Since I was in, like, when I used to go to high school, I had to go all the way in a highway that was like along the border wall, and I would see people trying to get across that wall. Actually, a wall that's like we're already in the fourth change of that wall. So that used to be like a very low and very easy to try to get across. Now it's impossible. But back in that time, well, that's like something that was part of my daily like quotidianity, like something that I used to see, and it was like in a way normal, you know, like not. I didn't even thought about it as like I didn't have like this consciousness that was this flow, this necessity of the flow of people that I wanted to try to cross. It was just like something that I used to see as there, always happening. And another thing that I used to see, it was like how the police was chasing like these persons who were like dressed differently, like with clothes like from the trash in a way, like thing like
Not fancy.
yeah, like the way that people looks is like it puts like an interpretation. We're gonna talk more about this. Yeah. So basically, that's part of how I grew up.
One of the things that the book does, and when we were working on the book, this was an important conversation. As you know, if you think about the border between Mexico and the States, the border has many sides. In Tijuana and San Diego, the border looks in a particular way, and the media has represented the border in a particular way. So kind of the same, we keep seeing the same image about the border. So as an artist who grew up in Tijuana, and me as a publisher who works with artists in the region, one of the challenges that we constantly have is kind of, in a way, decentralize the discourse about the border and also account for the many experiences and lives that exist in the border that do not cross, whose representation is not what the media usually talks about. So, of course, violence, deportation is there and is present in the book, but one of the things that was really poignant about Anna's work is that she arrived to the site thinking about the river as a space, as a site of nurturing, housing people, but also understanding the river as a presence, kind of as a protagonist. So, you know, the wall is right next to the river, and the river kind of it's forgotten in its force. And so this is when you look at the book, one of the things that we discussed a lot was opening the sequencing of the images, and you don't know where you are. You don't know if this is the border. You actually find yourself in this landscape, looking at flowers. Kind of, we wanted to. I'm not just showing some of the images at the beginning. We wanted the readers, viewers, to feel that in a way the colors of the river, the cycles of the river. So that was really important. And so and Anna, if you want to give us a little bit of context about that area, because it is not new that people were finding ways to survive in the river. It has happened since a long time ago.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about that.
So the project takes place in the canal. So this canal was a project that started in the 1970s, and it was like known as one of the most important construction work of that government in that time. And what they did to, like, before they canalized the river, there was a settlement in the actual real river of Tijuana that was called Cartolandia, in like cardboard land. And it was a settlement of houses made with cardboard and wood, and like the people who lived there were migrating from the south of Mexico and got here along the river and settled here until they were able to go to US or to find like an opportunity in Tijuana, in the north of their country. And so when the first time that I went to this place, I found out that there was people living there, and they were building similar type of houses with recycled materials that were basically tarp, fabric, cables, and a lot of pieces of fabric, like doing knots to tie the materials and make like a ephemeral shelter. I call it ephemeral because it's inside the river. Once it rains and the river floods, it's gonna get everything away. So I found that like very interesting, but also like a very creative way of surviving. And another thing that before I'm going back in time a little bit, before going down the river, one of the things that made me like wanted to go there, that I was like very impressed, was when I was again in high school, hanging out in the bridges, and I saw a man that was walking, that seemed to be walking above the water. And so that caught me a lot. And that's like when I started thinking, I want to go there, I want to go there. And it passed like 10 years after that day. And then when I went there, I found out this shelters that I was talking about. And I knew that the people who live there called those shelters ñongos, which is a word that I researched. And in Venezuela, it's used as the meaning, it's like a situation with obstacles or full of uncertainty. So yeah, I found out that this was like very related to the reality of the community that lived there, because the community was many of the persons from the community were deported from U.S. and some of them were trying to get across the border. Some of them were just there, living there because they couldn't do any other thing because they were undocumented. They see this space like as a safe, non-safe space, but like the only space that they could be, because they couldn't wander in the streets because they would get caught by the police. But they still got caught by the police in this area, so they're like in the limit without any direction to go. And so I started thinking about the ñongo, the house, like as a representation of the reality of the people who build them with their hands, right? Like they can't go anywhere, and the ñongo would get destroyed at the same time. So it's like a similar way of similar type of cycle, the same cycle, while at the same time observing the nature of this place and amazed by the nature, because Tijuana, it's like a place that doesn't have like that a lot of, doesn't have like green areas, right? It's like a lot of concrete, a lot of buildings. And so the need of my personal need of being in a place that I like, enjoying the nature, listening to the water, how it flows back and forth, and the wind in this place and all that, like invite me to keep going to this place. A lot that I even spent like let's say 5 hours per day, 6, 7, just there listening to stories from the people, but also like photographing the nature and its processes of transformation. And yes, that's a little bit.
So this is, we're showing right now a photograph of one of the ñongos. You want to talk about a little bit about this one?
Yeah, well, basically, as I was mentioning, I started, the first time that I went there, it was in 2010, and I found out that they were doing this type of houses, but they were like very small. And during the 11, 12, and 13, they started getting more creative because also it was like different communities together, and they would share houses. And yeah, about this one, it's the house of a guy that was named El Chino, and he was like side story. He had like this something that I would like to share is that I became like they started calling me that I was their photographer. So they would say, "Hey, I built a house. Could you come and take a picture of it?" Or the one with the camera, the surveillance camera. He told me like, "I have a camera and I want you to take a picture of the camera." Or they had a phone. Okay, I have a phone now, and like all those elements that they wanted me to document for them, or just actually not for them, just to have them as a memory, or it was a way that I started embedding more in the community. Yeah, but this one's like a very interesting picture because they even made like a limit of the territory, right? Like they divided it as with this other materials, and actually, yeah, there's a story of a couple that said that they had the papers of the river and
The titles?
yeah, the titles,
Okay.
the titles of the river, of the land, and that they were going to divide it and sell like pieces of the land and things like that. But there's like only, it's a space where the reality and the non-reality together. Like for me everything was real, and I believe in everything that they told me. But at the same time, it's like there's too much things that are like unbelievable, but I believe, like something like that was like the activity during those days.
I remember when we started talking about the project, you told me this story, that one of the things that was really important for you or the reasons that you wanted to photograph this area and these communities was because you were thinking, in this post-apocalyptic scenario. So would you like to share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so since I was a kid, I heard that the peninsula of Baja California was gonna get like separate from Mexico because of this San Andreas fault, and that there was gonna be an earthquake, and so I grew up listening to that speculation. And when I started approaching this community, and when I see like how they build them, the houses, I was thinking about it as like I was thinking about doing like a manual, like a step-by-step manual for surviving after an earthquake, or after any type of natural catastrophe. So this is like the example of being in an extreme situation and the limit where you don't have any option, and in this case, like whoever is in that situation will use their creativity in whichever way to have like these resources to survive or to shelter from the sun, or just like a safe space where you can sleep, right? So I imagine like the city like all destroyed, and all these materials all over the city. And okay, so the ones that are gonna be that will know how to do the things are these people that are very rechazados, like are rejected from the Tijuana society, from US, from everywhere, right? Even from themselves. Like, yes. So basically that was like the idea at the beginning. But then, as I mentioned, I became their photographer. They started like asking me for portraits, to take pictures of the metamorphosis of the ladybugs that was like happening in between the plants in spring, right? Or taking pictures of a possum that they found, a squirrel that they found, an owl that was there. Like, hey, you should come at night. The owl comes. I really want you to take the picture of this. Or yeah, they just started like developing my project. Like it was like a collaboration actually. Yeah, an ongoing collaboration.
So in that sense, you had a lot of you connected with them in a way that you entered an intimacy with them that was really important. And so part of when we were working on the book, we wanted to include text. So Anna wrote these vignettes that kind of give an account of of what you're seeing, and also gives voice to the people that she was sometimes collaborating, sometimes working as a photographer for them. So the text does that, gives that account of the intimacy. So can you talk a little bit more about those connections and the communities that were there?
Okay, so the majority of the people who lived there was like from the different states of Mexico. Actually, I met like at least one person from each state of Mexico, and I was the only one from Tijuana sometimes. And also people from Latin America and Central America, but mainly from all over Mexico. And the way that they made like a community, right? Like the way the community bond, something that I found very interesting was that there was always fire, and there was always a circle around the fire. That was actually the way that I began approaching, that I began the conversation with them, like getting there and just sitting around the fire with them. And that's like how the project started. And the way that they organized them together, like they communicate to each other, like, hey, today I'm gonna try to get the tortillas, right? Or I'm gonna go get the oil. I'm gonna go to the supermarket and stay there until they throw away the expired food, and I'll bring the eggs, right? Or I'll get whatever they throw away, and we can sell it or we can eat it. And like all that organization, I was like impressed, because with my neighbors we don't have like that type of organization, but over there it was very community, this bondage of community. And even if in US they were from different gangs, in Tijuana they would support each other, which I found like interesting as well. Another thing, the knowledge that, since as I mentioned, many of them, the majority were from South Mexico, from like very rural places, or like people who grew up around the river as well, which is, I have like the case of this guy that was called El 30, which is the 30, who was born in the highway in the kilometer 30. And that's why they, in Guerrero, in a state in South Mexico, well, in the middle.
Yes,
actually, and so he showed me, he described me how he used to fish in the river, right? Like, it's about concentration and patience, and I'll do it with the hand, right? Like, so all these conversations. Another thing was like hunting pigeons, like El Yuca. He was like a Mayan. He grew up in a Mayan town in Yucatan, and he learned how to hunt. And in the river, he used to hunt like with the rocks, just like he had like hit the bird, the pigeon, and then it will fall down, and then they will take it to another guy, and the other guy would put it inside his house until it's time to remove the feathers, and then prepare it to cook it, and then everyone would eat those pigeons. So, like as I mentioned, like all this type of organization that they used to do was like clever. Yeah, you wanna.
And you want to talk
Another-
about the
another-
Nyongo Cultural?
Another thing, real quick, is that so they're in here in this setting, they're like alone, but they the only thing that that belongs to them is their memory, and some of them were losing it. So what I found very interesting about this need of caring and of having something that belongs to them, they found it with mainly with dogs, with the puppies or with dogs. And something that I was reflecting on is that there were some times that they wouldn't find food for them. They would feed their dog before they feed themselves. So yeah, that's another thing. But also, not everyone, but a lot were like addicts to alcohol or another substances. And yeah, we're jumping to.
Oh, no, go.
Sorry. Okay,
It's fine,
the
yeah.
eclipse. Yeah, this. I'm gonna talk about this picture, which was in the eclipse of 2012, and together we found a glass, and then with fire they like made this ashes that stick in the glass, and we found a way to take the picture of the eclipse, and yeah, I have like many stories, but this day, el tres puntos, the 3 dots, like he had like 3 dots here. The day that I met him, I asked him like, what does this mean, right? Like the 3 dots, and he said like being born, die, and reborn again. So like that answer was like, oh, I felt like I liked his brain. And so we became friends. Well, I was friends with the majority. But this guy told me this day of the eclipse, like he was very grateful that I was with them that day, and that he wanted me to be with them the day that the world ends. So yeah, that was like very hard. Actually, okay. And then we made like different collaborations. One was. After there was a gang fight in the middle of the river, Onesimo, another guy, got killed, and everyone was like going around that area. That no one would go where the crime scene happened. And I was reflecting with another girl, Perla, who lived there. And I told her like I would like to make a gallery here and bring the photographs that I've been taking the last 2 years, and they were like, yes, let's do it. And everyone like could bring materials, and we made like this huge like tall gallery. It was very, very big actually, and we put like all the photographs inside. And I made another collaboration with El Gato, which was a man who lived there, and he directed me. I made a short film of him, and like he was the main character, the musician, and he interviewed the people, and he did the script and everything, and I just like the camera and editing. And then this day of the gallery that we built, we project that film as well. And then we made like a type, like we put another day we came and projected Pulp Fiction, and another day Batman, and then it got vandalized. And since I don't know if I already said, but there's this fight, always a fight of the police against them because they're undocumented, and because the police is trying to tell like to the city that they're fighting against insecurity in Tijuana. So since there was a lot of people, like as I mentioned, some of them were settled, some of them were just like around because they couldn't go anywhere during the day because they were waiting for the shelter to open so they could go back and sleep in the shelter, but they didn't know where to go. So there was like a huge concentration of people, and the police would get there and would get like as much people as they could and take them to jail and then say, hey, we're fighting against the insecurity. But like not all of them were doing not all of them were
Participating in
bandits.
crime.
I was gonna say bandits. And so a thing that was very common was that the officers would burn their houses. So that was another obstacle that's related to the Nyongo part, that to the word, right? Because they would build their houses, they would live there and make like invite other people who didn't have where to stay. They would give them like that roof, and then the police would get there and raid will be there, and then they're gonna burn it. And so they burn the houses, and then they take them away. They will after 48 hours they will be free again. They will come back to the river, and after like 3 days the same thing would happen, and that was like always. And so they decided to start doing this, they call the Bin Ladens, which is like they dig holes in the sand, and there's where I again think about Earth as a collaborator in extreme situations, because they just did dig, make holes, even like a mattress, an individual mattress could be inside of one of those holes. And they would use bushes to camouflage their houses. So it wasn't like the first one that we saw. Now it was like underground. And the three dots, el tres puntos, invited me one day to get like inside, because he told me, hey, do you see where's my ñongo? No, I don't find it. Okay, it's that one. And I couldn't see it, right? And we got there, we just walked, and we got there, oh, yeah, it's really camouflaged. And we went inside, and then a raid started to happen, and I could see like from in between the bushes how a house was being like the smoke of a house, and I could hear it, and I was like very actually I was very nervous because the police officers knew that I was the photographer, and then like, why am I like inside an underground ñongo, right? And then our relationship with the whole community start being like more even closer. Yes.
So we can jump now to you already kind of mentioned a little bit of the raids, but we can jump in the images to the part. I mean, this is the border patrol, right? The car right in the distance. You photograph also an event that was made it to the news. Could you talk a little bit more about that event, and I'll show. This is finally, and this is what we were talking about in the editing of the book, that right like after many pages you finally arrive to the border. And so also the way Anna was photographing the border had a very different tone.
So I don't know if I already mentioned that I was like a volunteer. Okay, so that's something that I did like for 2 years, that I used to serve breakfast like almost daily. Background about that, I started doing it because a guy from the river told me that he wanted me to get like a Western Union of many thousands of dollars, and like to open an account, and that I would administrate his money and all that. And I told him, like, no, I won't do that. Oh, he was like, oh, you don't want to help us? You don't want to help us? And the next day I started volunteering because like, hey, I can help, you know, like I can do something for you, but not that. And I never stopped going. I never stopped going. Yeah, I went for many, well, 2 years, like almost daily. And so we served up to 1,000 people. And as I mentioned, the community in the river was like a percentage of that people, but the others were like wandering around the city or in another park in front, across the highway that takes you to the river. And sorry, and so there was a movement that 2 or 3 persons started called the Viva Villa in 2013, and they made like this small, very small flyer with a tiny, I would say, Times New Roman 10 or 8. And it said like, we're going back to our houses and we're gonna do it together, and we're gonna just like meet and together we'll get across the border. We're a lot and we can do it. And so one day I did a side project that's a documentary film, and with my co-director and the other photographer, we went to film one of the characters, and we saw that there was like this a lot of people. There were like around 300, and so I started filming them, and I was like, oh my God, this is the Viva Villa that I heard about. And I started filming, and I went like behind them, and then my other friends like film as well from different perspectives, and it got like it was very hardcore. Like they started throwing gas, like lacrimógeno
Tear
thing.
gas.
What?
Tear gas.
That thing. They start throwing it, and like it was very like everything, like you couldn't see, you couldn't breathe, and we start running, and since we were like very, very, very low budget, we dropped a small voice recorder with the one that we were filming recording all the audio of that film, and I was like in that time, personally, I was already like losing my energy. Like my energy was drained. Like I started like, yay, this is beautiful and all that. But suddenly I couldn't stop going. It was like, I'm addicted to this place, but I don't want to come back anymore. But I will still go. So yeah, that's like how they call the river as a magnet, because it cuts it attracts the people. So I think I say that it trapped me as well. So when we dropped that audio recorder, I was like very mad. Like we need to do something to get money to get this audio recorder again and finish the film. And the other photographer, without saying anything, he sell the. We agreed that we were gonna sell like a picture or something about that new, but he did like a video of everything, like a 4-minute video. And there was like this new that we as cinematographers made that happen because of our film. And it was like a very massive new, and yeah, it was, they were saying that we did it, and we had to tell to the news that we didn't. But this got like out of control, because every time that I wanted to cross the border, since the video had like our names, we were very like young, like we were like 23 years old. So, and so my name is Ana Carolina, and in the video it says Ana Andrade. And so every time I would cross the border, the officers would send me to secondary inspection because they were looking for Ana Andrade, and I'm Ana Carolina Andrade, and it was like, she's not the one that we're looking for. But every time I crossed the border, that happened like for months. And even if I crossed with my mother, then she would get to secondary inspection when she would go across the border. If I crossed with my sister, that happened like to my sister and to my mother. So one day I requested, like, I need to tell them that I know why you're taking me to secondary inspection. And I sent an email, and then the case was open, and then one day I crossed, and they sent me to secondary inspection, and then this guy with a researcher came to me, and he said, like, we want the videos to see who, like, the people, to see the faces. And until I gave them the videos, they, like, I wasn't sent to secondary inspection anymore. But yeah, that's like one experience, like a very bad experience that I had there. Actually, people ask me like, you weren't afraid, or do you have like a bad experience? But I think that was like the worst.
Yes. So one of the things that we wanted to do for this presentation is Anna wants to read a couple of texts, and then we'll open to questions if you have some.
Okay, before I read, I'm just gonna like provide a little bit of context of how this ended up. Like in 2015, all the forces, like the municipal police, the state police, the National Guard, the firefighters, and a lot of forces got there and made like the the biggest raid that ever happened, and they took like the whole people who lived, like the whole community, like as I don't know if I mentioned, but there was like different communities around. So they took all of them and took them to rehab, and the ones that there was like a community of heroin users, and those like they threw. It's very sad, but. They took many of them to the highway in the desert, and they just dropped them in the desert. And I know that because there was like some of them that just walked back, and they could tell us like, this is what happened. So, and they clean all the sand. And actually, since another thing of the story, it's like this resistance of the nature as well in this place that's of concrete, right? And how the plants will come back, the sand is coming back always, right? So this idea of migration is a natural thing. It's only natural. The movement, it's natural. So yes, that's one thing, that they remove the sand. And right now, after that was in the 15, and like almost 10 years after, they're it's under construction, a bridge right in where I took these pictures, a bridge that's going to be part of the port of entry from San Diego to Tijuana, from San Isidro to Tijuana. So yes, it's like all this life of the place, the nature, the people, the border, how it's like growing also, and like the movement, the movement. And so yes, I wanted to read. We still have time now. I'm gonna read one of the story of the. Not this one. Sorry, the one of the Harvard. Yes, I'm gonna read a story of like this. Okay. It says, grass grows against the concrete, reaching sleeping bodies, chests on the ground, their heads exposed to the elements. People ebb and flow like the tide. When it rained, the residents went by Micaela's shelter to sleep under the roofs of the Zona Norte. One rainy morning, while on my way to the canalized river, I passed by dozens of legs wrapped up in wet blankets. The roofs weren't enough to cover their entire bodies. The ñongos floated or washed away with the tide of the river. One time, Estela and Güero Laicas were stranded, practically stacked on top of one of another, on a tiny portion of the island that was barely above water. An emergency helicopter was dispatched to save them. Estela said that she wasn't afraid of the helicopter because her dad had one. She was still waiting for him to pick her up so she could attend her daughter's graduation from Harvard. And yeah, we have like 12 fragments of text about like this.
And I just want to close before we open for questions, a couple of them, if you have some. The book is also, in terms of the layout and design, we have these inserts, flaps that mimic the construction of the nyongo. So the flaps are revealing and concealing too. So we wanted to honor the structures that Anna was photographing for so long. And so thank you so much. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, yes.
Yeah, well, I saw one kid, but like it was like they weren't living there. That was like a kid of a girl that was like behind her boyfriend, and she brought her kid. And women, there was women, but and when one of the texts says like there's like 1 per 10. Yeah, and also there were a lot of couples. A lot of couples that like start their relationships there. Mm-hmm.
Anything that you want to close with, Anna? Oh yes, we can talk about this one and then we can finish with this image. Oh yes, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Of course. Well, actually, El Gato, I was when I showed it the first time, the short film that was directed by El Gato, a lady from this Televisa, this like morning show, she was like, "Oh my God, I want to invite you to talk. Please come to my program." And I said like, "Okay, I would go, but even like only if El Gato comes." And El Gato came with me, and we were recording the show, and he just like starts speaking right away without non-stopping. Like the floor manager was like trying to cut, and no one could stop him. So yes, I did that, and well, that's one example. Yeah, but another. That's like the best one that I have right now, because I really enjoyed that. Like it was very, very fun. I was very happy about that. Yeah.
So do you want to close with this one?
Okay, so another thing that I did in the river, or that I've been doing lately, is taking photomicrographic images that I take samples of, I call it like fragments of the environment. And this is one of them from the river, where I take like, yeah, like organisms or the sand or the water, and put them together in a slide, make like collages, and then photograph them with the microscope to like get this approachment of the river, in this case of the river as like a living entity as well, like going more deep into its body and like its interaction with all these other organisms that are around or that are part of it.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Emmy and David, for the invitation. And we are in the scene section in booth H9. If you want to get a peek of the book, you're welcome to stop by and check out all the other books. Thank you.
Thanks. Of course. Nice. Yes. Sure, this.
Soon we'll do stand up together.
I had a whole live mic.
Really? Oh my God. Well. Go on.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. I will be reading Eva Ebersberger's introduction on her behalf. My name is Emmy, and I am the co-organizer of the classroom. So right now, we are going to be discussing the publication, Thus Waves Come in Pairs, Thinking with the Mediterraneans, with Barbara Casavecchia and Omar Berrada. Thus Waves Come in Pairs, Thinking with the Mediterraneans, published in February 2024 by Sternberg Press and TBA 21, begins with a conversation between the artist Simone Fattal and the late poet and artist Atal Adnan. There are many Mediterraneans, they say, the geographical, the historical, the philosophical, the personal, the one we swim in. It's an experience to swim. It is something you can't explain to somebody who never swam. This feeling of being held up by this water. The book builds on the exchange, on their exchange to collect interdisciplinary reflections on the Mediterraneans, so many and so different that a singular, gendered or otherwise, noun could not contain them. Expressed through art, poetry, oceanic thinking, science, and activism. As the title suggests, waves can help us change our ways of thinking, responding to obstacles with reflections when you consent to become a wave, as Omar Berrada writes. They push us to think with climate as moving and changing, with humans immersed in it, and urge us to synchronize our reactions to the speed of change. If Fernand Braudel used climate to enclose the Mediterranean basin within a single long durational historical perspective, how can we understand it now that it is transforming so quickly that predictive models need to be deconstructed, reviewed, rebuilt, and reconsidered, just like Western modernity? How to include more situated knowledge from the Global South in this articulation and learn from aridity, for instance. For this event, the book's editor, Barbara Casavecchia, will be in conversation with writer, translator, and curator Omar Berrada, who contributed a series of poems to the book to discuss the Mediterranean's interconnected cultures and bodies of water and the possibilities of narrating their current transformations. Omar Berrada is a writer and curator whose work focuses on the politics of translation and intergenerational transmission. He is the author of the poetry collection Clonal Hum and the editor or co-editor of several books, including a posthumously published history of Moroccan cinema by Ahmed Bonani, and Another Room to Live In, 15 Contemporary Arab Poets, which is available at the CARA booth at B12. He is currently studying racial dynamics in North Africa while living in New York. Finally, Barbara Casavecchia is a freelance writer, independent curator, and educator based in Milan, where she teaches at Brera and Naba Art Academies. She is currently chief editor of Moose magazine, the Quiz visiting research fellow at Stadthochschule Frankfurt, her Stadthochschule, I'm not saying that correctly. Her feature articles, essays, and reviews have appeared in multiple places. I don't know if I can read them all, among them Frieze, Art Agenda, Art Review, Flash Art, Kaleidoscope, Nero, Spike, among others, as well as in several artist books and catalogs. In 2018, she curated the exhibition Susan Hiller, Social Facts at OGR in Turin. And in 2021 to 2023, she led the transdisciplinary curatorial fellowship, The Current Three Mediterraneans, Thus Waves Come in Pairs for TBA 21 Academy, and curated the eponymous exhibition at Ocean Space in Venice, with new commissions by Simone Fatale, Petri Talilaj, and Alvaro Urbano. She is the editor of this book, Thus Waves Come in Pairs, Thinking with the Mediterranean. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Omar and Barbara. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you for having us, and thank you also for allowing this conversation. The entire book started with a conversation, as you were saying in the introduction, and it was really important for how then the book unfolded somehow, because as you were saying, I was asked to work as a curator on a research project. It was assigned to me, and I've been told you should work and research and think and kind of develop a thinking pattern around the Mediterranean, which is huge. It's a massive body of water. I am from Italy. Of course, I mean, it's familiar to me, but I felt immediately that I needed to let some others speak. And so the first thing I did was to send out a request to Simone, whom I know, and ask if she and her partner, Etel Adnan, wanted to have a conversation around the Mediterraneans, because I thought I would use that as a source of inspiration, and that really happened. I mean, the title, Does Waves Come in Pairs, is after a poem by Etel Adnan, which is the beautiful Sea and Fog, there, Night Boat Books, also available across the street. And so it was during the pandemic, so I couldn't join them. So I sent out that request with some questions, but also really inviting them to be free and open, I mean, and have that possibility of exchanging ideas you'd have with somebody you share your home with and your entire life with, and keep that free-flowing quality, because also to me, Etel and Simone are the Mediterraneans. One is born in Damascus, the other one is born in Beirut, from parents speaking very different languages. I mean, Etel, her mom was from Smyrna, her dad was from the Ottoman Empire, and so I think they didn't really share entirely a language at home. So she was brought up in between many, and then she studied in France, and then moved back to Beirut, and then off to California, and moved into English, and in and out. And I think that one of the many beautiful things she wrote is how to write in a foreign language, which is an endless source of inspiration as well. And then also Simone has been living across several languages and lives, I would say. So that possibility of having these two incredibly important to me figures exchanging ideas about what the Mediterraneans are, and I use, the plural, because after their conversation where they say there are many Mediterraneans, we just stopped using the singular form and decided to multiply whatever we would be saying. So the Mediterraneans are plural, the language we may conceive of, we're plural, and the entire structure of the book ended being plural because after that conversation was edited, I sent it out to all the contributors to respond to it in their most spontaneous and loving way. So, Omar, how did it go? On your side.
For me, it's interesting to read or reread the book because it's like it has many elements to it. Each contribution of these, responses to the conversation is very singular. They're different genres, different kinds of writers, different types of text that kind of respond to this very generous, enveloping type of conversation between Etel and Simone. And actually, I only discovered yesterday that you weren't there during their conversation because you read it, it's a serious conversation. It's conversational, but it's serious. So it's not, when you read it, you don't necessarily imagine it's like these people who have been living together for 50 years who are having this conversation just with some prompts sent by WhatsApp or email by Barbara.
Yeah, I received the recorded voices, and that was really emotional when they arrived.
And so for me, if I was to speak about my contribution, perhaps I'll read it at the end of the conversation. It's just a sequence of poems that came from, Etel and Simone are people that I know well, that I spent a lot of time with, but that I hadn't seen in a while because COVID and all of that. And because I guess when I wrote this, Etel had died. But the conversation happened just a few months before Etel died, in March and April 2021. I basically just read, kept underlining, highlighting different passages that would take me in different directions and remind me of other conversations I've had with them or of texts by Etel. I also, I just basically saturated myself with this textual material and tried to compose something out of it beyond my own experience of the Mediterranean, I would like to say. I grew up in Morocco. I have an experience of the Mediterranean. Though interestingly, my sense of it speak of the many Mediterraneans. I grew up on the Atlantic side of Morocco in Casablanca. So for me, the Mediterranean was never, the Atlantic was always more familiar than the Mediterranean. But Morocco is always called a Mediterranean country. And I always wondered, or now I wonder, if that's not a way of performing a kind of proximity to Europe as opposed to something else. Open question. And so in a way, my poems are much less an evocation of my Mediterranean, or the Moroccan Mediterranean, much more a kind of attempt at diving into a more Eastern Mediterranean, Etel and Simone's, and bring it closer to me, maybe as a way of keeping Etel close after she died. And the other thing I should say, and I would love you to speak about it, because the commission you received to do a project about the Mediterranean, it wasn't a project, the project was not a book, and the project was not an exhibition. The project was 3 years of stuff. And those 3 years of research and conversation, involving different people in them, produced materials that I also use. I listened to podcasts that you produce, other things. And maybe you can talk about the process of how this interview, perhaps, this conversation between Eten and Simon was perhaps something you did at the very beginning, but it only comes public at the very end.
Yeah, completely true. So I think I received this very lucky proposal. I say lucky because I never had the chance of spending 3 years researching something somehow before doing an exhibition or preparing a publication. I've always been living in much tighter deadlines under different climates, I would say. But so the possibility of using time proved very special. So what do you do as a writer with time, but also what do you do as a curator? And also the institution I was working with was really special, at least for me. I come mostly from the humanities, but I was invited to work for TBA 21 Academy, which is this kind of research brand of TBA 21, which started as a private art collection, but expanded into a number of projects that always have water at their core and invite artists and scientists and activists to collaborate and try and bring forth ideas or possibilities for opening conversations. So it was also a really special occasion to go back into studying and relearning ways of saying things that get really sort of compressed to the everyday way that climate is discussed, for instance, or climate emergencies, or what art is supposed to do in relation to a number of things. So what I wasn't aware of, and now it's very clear to me, is that, for instance, the Mediterraneans are described as a hotspot. We often hear this word in relation to, of course, migrations, but the relation between those migrations and climate is very tight because, the Mediterranean basin and area at large is the place where climate is accelerating 20% faster than any other region on the planet. So the violence and the speed of a number of changes are really intense. So it's an area that should be studied way more carefully and most definitely studied from multiple perspectives. While often, the narrative comes from Europe and from places where the climatic conditions are very different from the ones that are expanding. So, for instance, the entire reflection around aridity became central. How do we describe things? Why, waves come in pairs. Also, sea and land come in pairs. It's impossible to separate the wet from the dry. And what does it mean that we always conceive of the wet as the perfect condition and the dry as the ultimate exception? While in fact, as much as deserts are not empty, as so many writers and thinkers are suggesting us to reconsider a number of conditions for the distribution of water, and the aridity lines specifically, that was not only a really important concept. The aridity line is technically the line that separates the areas where it rains enough from those where it doesn't. And of course, a number, scientific number coming with it, an average rain and so forth, but it's also a concept developed by Eyal Weizmann, describe how along those aridity lines, entire sections of geopolitics could be and should be rediscussed, and colonialities and so forth. So we use that concept also to do a podcast, for instance, which is one of the many things that this process allowed for, that I developed with the beautiful contribution by Reem Shadid. And all along, I think that what I thought was important was to learn from voices and situated positions where how to describe those changes, how to also create language around how we describe climate, for instance, but how do we also imagine things ultimately uh, was so important. So that's why that conversation was kind of the spark, and many things ensued, many conversations, sometimes online, sometimes in person, a whole series of walks developed around the Venetian lagoon, and then at the end, this book kind of brought us all back together again. So it was a very natural process somehow, a thankfully slow process. I always say that I'm a slow person. I think I learned that even more by being given this possibility. But also, I think all those conversations really made room for the text that then arrived, because all the people that were invited to write for this little booklet had been part of those broader research process. So it was, would you like to write about? And it was not such a forced condition. And
Yeah. And I was really struck in listening to the materials produced that by this that you mentioned, the kind of trying through very specific research projects and situations to try and see or develop a language around how ecological problems and geopolitical problems go hand in hand. So you mentioned Eyal Weizmann and the colonization of the Naqab Desert around what he calls an aridity line, and you can really see it on the maps, but also Alat Tanir and her research on jellyfish in the Mediterranean, like the fact that the Mediterranean is becoming so polluted and so devoid of oxygen that a lot of species are dying, except for the jellyfish who thrive in that environment. So as she says, everything bad that we do to the sea is good for the jellyfish, but she then says, you know, we need to think of interspecies, how does she call it? Like, not solidarity, but alliances, alliances. And she says we need to think about migration also in terms of learn from the jellyfish.
Well, I think, of course, to look into a sea, of course, the sea is never a singular thing. It's many, many different bodies of water coming together, as many writers beautifully point out. And I just realized that people should be named. So the contributors to this book are Jumana Milaboud, Omar Berrada, Pietro Consolandi, Ovul Durmoshoglu, Petri Talilai, and Alvaro Urbano, who did beautiful drawings of fish in and out of the pages, Zayin Yukadar, Ibrahim Neme, and Giovanna Silva, who took a series of really beautiful photos of our walks. Yes,
I think we should read.
Yes.
We thought that this would be an opportunity to make you hear some excerpts from the book. And
Go
maybe
for
we
it.
can start with Zain. So Zain Jukhadar, do you want to say something about Zain?
I think I would rather
Just read.
let him speak first, and then
But mostly known as a fiction writer. So this is not exactly a fiction. It's called Water with No Center. And we'll read the beginning. When I write about where I come from, I write about water. When my father was a boy in Syria, family legend goes, he learned to swim by being tossed into the reservoir. By the way, can I ask, is it better if I speak this way or closer? Okay.
close.
Very bizarre to the ear. When my father was a boy in Syria, family legend goes, he learned to swim by being tossed into the reservoir. He was the youngest, and he died believing he had only daughters. I have never swum in that reservoir, nor in the river that feeds it. I was born instead in Lenapehoking, between the East River and the Hudson, on the island of Manhattan. If we are to begin, we must begin here. The East River isn't really a river, but a saltwater tidal estuary that connects Long Island Sound with Upper New York Bay. When I was born, it had a reputation for being polluted. In the mid to late 19th century, sewage was dumped directly into the river at night. Even when indoor plumbing arrived in the city, it ran directly into the river at the piers. The water grew dark with nitrogen, excrement, and the bodies of animals. The oysters and menhaden that filtered the waters died off. In the early 2000s, the river was so polluted that it was dangerous to fall into it. The Hudson, which the Lenape called the river that runs both ways, fared little better. 200 miles are classified as a highly polluted Superfund site, one of hundreds of locations contaminated with hazardous materials that require long-term cleanup efforts. This stretch of river is one of the largest Superfund sites in the United States. Between 1947 and 1977, General Electric dumped millions of pounds of polychlorinated biphenyls into the Hudson. Between 2003 and 2009, a flurry of panic erupted when it was discovered that sewage runoff containing endocrine disruptors, like PCBs, was shifting the sex hormones of smallmouth bass in the Mississippi and Potomac rivers. Male fish began to develop eggs, or produced both eggs and sperm. Sex was revealed to be no border, dissolved by the river.
My father flew over the Mediterranean to come to New York. I've seen the color of the water from the air. The Mediterranean is green-blue, the color one thinks of when one imagines the sea. The Atlantic, in my memory, is always gray. There was a time the waters of the Atlantic and the Mediterranean did not commune. 5 million years ago, the African-Arabian continent slammed into Europe, closing off the Tethys Sea and creating a land bridge where the Strait of Gibraltar is now located. The new inland sea dried up, creating the Messinian salinity crisis and giving rise to salt deposits up to 5 kilometers thick that now sit at the bottom of the sea. Eventually, the Atlantic burst over the land bridge. Scientists are divided on how long this took to occur, though it might have been a matter of months. If so, the flow rate would have been up to 1,000 times greater than the Amazon. The new sea would have risen by up to 10 kilometers per day. As the gush widened the breach, the flooding became catastrophic. This massive flood, the Zanclean, created the Strait of Gibraltar and opened the Mediterranean to the Atlantic again. Water does not tolerate walls. And it's just a sample. Both great fan of Zain's writing, and I really suggest you look for more of his writing. But I think that even from, it's literally 2 pages, it's easy to understand how many possible imaginaries are brought to surface through the lens of mixing constantly those language that often, we are asked to keep separate: the scientific, the fictional, the climatically concerned, the alarmed, the personal, and so forth. It's what I liked so much about this process, and really the impossibility of separating all those aspects, which I think in poetry also quite often.
There's also the presence, quite a bit of presence of myth in the book, in the conversation between Ethel and Simone. For those of you who know Simone Fattal's work, you know that her sculpture is very much involved with mythological figures, with gods and goddesses, with historical heroes and all of that, and an understanding of the world through allegory in a certain sense.
I think it's also fascinating that she started a practice as a sculptor way into her adult life. She'd been a painter for most of her early ages. And then after moving out of Lebanon after the Civil War, I think she really couldn't paint quite a while. She started a publishing house, the Post Apollo Press, who's an amazing publishing house since we're here for printed matter. And then, I mean, she went back into school. And she said that the minute she put the hands in the clay, all those figures jumped out of it. And she started creating all these incredible creatures that were coming from so many aspects of the stories that she had heard as a child, of the things she read, and so forth. And they really always resonate with this mythological, I mean, often going back to Gilgamesh, but not only, I mean, it's an entire train of images coming from a very deep idea and also storytellings around the Mediterranean as well.
I think this is a good transition to Jumana Emil Aboud, a Palestinian artist. And this text that is part of a longer project, it's called Carry Water. Maybe you can better than I describe the project.
Jumana has been, she's been researching orality and folk tales for a long time. She's also been working with a group of older women from the village in Kenya. She's been in touch with for a long time, and her research, and this is why, I mean, the invitation from my side came towards her, has often resulted in poems, stories. The stories she collected, she then retranslates in this incredibly moving and beautiful performances and written pieces. And very often it's the memory of water that she tries to keep alive, because not only water is disappearing across the Mediterranean for the above mentioned reasons, but especially in the context of that area of Palestine, water is also, basically removed, or a number of sources are clogged or destroyed, and of course, I mean, it's the aridity line expanding in another way. And so she often repeats that to keep alive the memory of water, of a form of water, of a source of water that was there, but might not be there anymore, is also a possibility for a younger generation to imagine a different way of living, of being, also of somehow reimagining a possibility going into the future when things will change.
And as she says here, this is part of walks that she does with companions from the area, searching for water sources across Palestine believed to be haunted by water spirits. And this is just a part of it. How many times have I told you this tale? Do you remember? We've been here before, hunting. I felt you present and waited. We were in Bir Naballa, the well of the tooth of God, perfume of za'atar all around us, and as far as I can see. And we spoke of Ma'ruf, the known, Al-Hattab, the woodcutter, who spends his every day confronting ghuls, giants. Once, just last Tuesday, in a land where thievery and barbarism were allowed, and no law against practicing both, and if one practiced forgetfulness, that too was welcomed, there came into the village of Heal Yourself a man searching for a wife. Now this man's name is Ma'ruf. No sooner had he entered the village than he came upon a young woman whose name is Almaza, standing by the well across from Al-Ain supermarket. Almaza was weeping and weeping her tears down the well. What is it that makes you cry? He asked her. I weep for my lost brothers and cousins. Ma'ruf soon learned that the village ghoul had imprisoned Almaza's brothers and cousins. Vowing to save them, Ma'ruf jumped into the well and found the ghoul in his dwelling, sucking meat off bones.
I will devour you next. exclaimed the hungry ghoul.
First, let me give you a gift that I have brought you.
All right then, give me your gift, and I'll devour you after.
First, tell me, what are these treasures of magic you have here on your shelf?
This wooden bowl, whenever you tell it to fill with, for example, wooden bowl, fill up with rice and meat, it will fill, and you can eat until you can barely move. This small meal, a divine treasure, see how small, it fits in your pocket. If you turn the handle to the right, it will grind gold, and to the left, silver. And this stick, if you say to it, "Oh, my stick, keep moving," on the side of my neighbor's hitting, the stick will keep on bashing your neighbors until they return your things.
And these that sparkle, what are they? Asked Ma'ruf.
They are the eyes of brothers, kept in a jar, and they are the souls of cousins, kept in that jar. This jar.
No, this jar. This is me. This jar stands alone. Is it the same?
In this jar, I keep my own soul, replied the Gao.
Taking the jar, Ma'ruf threw it on the ground, smashed it, and beat the ghul with the magic stick until all eyes and souls were returned to their rightful bodies, and all bodies were returned to their rightful homes. With one last blow, Ma'ruf hit the ghul once, and the ghul was dead. Ma'ruf returned to Almaza, and they married. All her brothers and cousins attended the large wedding festival that was lavished with love, compassion, and so much food. I should know, because I was there. It's a kind of illustration of something that comes earlier in the text, maybe, that says, if you sprinkle a little water, life returns. If you sprinkle a little water, life will return, or a door might open.
I think we could read pages and pages of this book. It's also, and one thing I really like about this book, of course, co-published by Sternberg, and this should be remembered, also available somewhere there, TBA, but it's a pocket book. It's really tiny. You can fit it in there, and
you mentioned somewhere in your introduction that it's a companion to the project, not a compendium of the project.
Yeah, I think, and it's not an exhibition catalog by any means. I mean, the artists who were then in the exhibition are present in the book, but very differently from how you would expect to describe what was done. The research that somehow ended up in the exhibition is part of this process, but it's not necessarily described. And I should also mention that the exhibition, ended up being, also the space in Venice is quite unusual. It's a big church, kind of separated in two by an altar. On one side, there were Petrit and Alvaro, who did a number of sculptural pieces, who were also musical instruments, and on the other side there were Simon's sculptures. And on a set of sculptures made of glass, looking like this really pearly, soft, sexy pink beads, was in fact an inscription in lingua franca that was telling a very different story. It's one of the first recorded example of the usage of lingua franca. That was a language widely spoken around the Mediterranean for centuries. That really was the result of several languages being put together. It was not a territorialized language, which is what was important also for Simon. It was a language of exchange and trade, and also slave trade, because it was also used as a possibility for communications across different shores and across different positions of power. But many of the elements of that, first text, which is in fact a fight, it's not a conversation, it's really a man and a woman fighting. She is from an island of Tunisia, Jerba, And he's a sailor from the occupying fleet, who is Sicilian at that time, but serving under the Spanish king. So already a colonial power, but it's from the 13th century. And they fight because he's trying to get into her house. She's trying to kick him out. and from this 1-2 conversation, probably shouted or somehow performed in theater in an almost comical manner. It's also clear that he abused their daughter, and he's saying, well, I have the army on my side, the admiral protects me, so what do you think, you'll be getting out of this situation? But it's a really interesting confrontation between the two positions, and both strongly voiced. And all of that came from a conversation that Simone and I had with you, because you suggested a really beautiful book
There is
on
a
lingua
book,
franca.
I think it doesn't exist in English, but there's this
in
incredible
French.
historian who's originally from Tunisia and who works in France. She's a historian of the Islamic world, or especially medieval period. Her name is Jocelyne Dakhlia, and the book is called Lingua Franca. It's a very thick 600-page history of the birth and evolution and vicissitudes of this language that was a kind of a shared language across ports of the Mediterranean, but it wasn't necessarily a language of peace, a language where even in the structuring of the language itself and the places where it was used, the ways it was used, and also the archives of it that we have, because they're mostly European archives, making fun of how people on the other side of the Mediterranean use this language, basically. It's often this theatrical, comical, grotesque.
I think there is, but it's also interesting because somehow the lingua franca, that in its latest phase was called sabir, or defined sabir, from Italian is sapere, when you know something, it's sabir, disappeared because of the French occupation of North Africa. Finally, the language from the imperial power came
Imposed
to
itself.
occupy that area, and from that time onwards, all other languages were banned. And so this mixed language that brought so many together had to disappear because it was not possible to speak it anymore. It wouldn't be accepted because it was a hybrid, like many other situations. So things were not so easy to separate, I would say, because it was a language of trade. So it had a lot to do with navigation, and I think it was important also for Simone to remember that navigations for century was not only coming through the Arab world, but was also, literally man-powered, and so many people were enslaved in order to move things back and forth at different shores of the Mediterranean. So all these echoes of what does it mean to cross that sea in a number of ways, which are not necessarily narrated, was part of this process.
And those sculptures were a reference to the pearl trade of the time. Time is passing.
Maybe you should write, you should read some poems.
I'll read my contribution, and then if you have questions, we can end on Q&A. If you don't have to. It's called Port of Mutual Memories. 1. The sea was far from this shore, Damascus, a port of mutual memories on the outer edge of French. Going to Souq al-Hamidiyya to look at rugs, to look, perchance to buy, to hang, to see the weaving on the wall, to dream the knots out of which life is wrought, the soft and heady scent of jasmine and bitter orange in your uncle's garden. 2. Al-Hamidiyya was their museum. Even the rich had no paintings. Reminiscence borrowed other surfaces. the perfect memory of water, childhood's main companion, trembling lines across recycled paper, the weathered wood of a dining table sustains multitudes. This surface is my workstand. This workstand is the world. 3. Sea in Arabic is masculine, behaves like an ocean, mocks the night sky. I see it in your eye rising like walls on the other side of drowning. A sailor spoke its language. For a brief moment he knew the perennial truth. Empires do fall into perfect geometries of stone. In the ruins of Rome, we too have a part. 4. There are 8 of these. The war came and took the poem. The war came and we saw nothing. We were inside. The war came and the boats returned. Every language is foreign, but for the sailor whose knowledge, textured, situated, unafraid, moves with the tides. You consent to become a wave. If war comes, will this water hold you? 5. Noah's sister was an olive tree in Batroun, old as life itself. The bird carried her branch and the deluge spared us. We bore witness to diversity's ruin, a farce of conquest, a bloody passageway to heavenly shores. An archaeological thrill thick clouds overtook. Fight the language you are using. We vow to hear more voices. 6. Where's the water of disappeared rivers? Can a sea die of thirst for the life that filled it? Forget the fertilizers, we need fish back in. We will not go to outer space. There is much to learn down here. Cedars and pines, fig trees and crawling vines. She is crazy about octopuses. 7. The Mediterranean is effusive, is talking to us. The Mediterranean is a continuous odyssey of boats we cannot leave behind despite the caravans due west. The Mediterranean is like time. If you pay attention, you will hear the scared and the silent voices of generations, the music of the whales, the secret sounds of a snail in a sea anemone. We have been modest. We sustain each other. We deserve perfume. 8. Jellyfish fall triumphant for legal loopholes, the fast and the slow violence of aquarium living. This sea is a body, is a world, is a house, is a hood of intersecting lives. Beneath furtive bleeding, sheep unseen by the shore, a shipwreck at Ithaca, old rust amid new algae. The octopus kissed your leg as we flapped our fins. The salty air fled our broken core. This white, average sea, the middle of the earth, an abstraction of climate, no oxygen required. Thank you. Any closing remarks?
I add a small quote that really came to me from other people from the Kanat Collective. It's a line by Aimé Césaire. It's, water is never stagnant, it works. It works. So this is really somehow, I mean, a funny comment, but flying in, coming to New York, I could see the water. I've lived here in the past, I studied here, and as my going to Venice was often so dictated by the architecture, I realized that now I see water when I go to Venice as much as now I see water when I come to New York. All the water around the city, all the wetlands, all the separation between different bodies of waters, the currents and the movement of all around that is suddenly what I seem to be moved by. So it's also an occasion for sometimes rewiring how we think of things. So thank you.
But I, yeah. I
Hello. Hi, thank you for being here. My name is Emily Markert, and I'm a curatorial assistant here at DIA Art Foundation. And DIA is so excited to be co-presenting the 2024 New York Art Book Fair Classroom Series again this year. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues at Printed Matter again for their collaboration. And I'm thrilled to be here to introduce the next talk in today's classroom program, which is presented by DIA and centered around the artist Mary Heilman's pivotal work, The Book of Night from 1970, which you can see images of on the screen. This work is currently on view at DIA Beacon in the exhibition Mary Heilman's Starry Night, curated by Jordan Carter with myself. Today we will hear from our insightful speakers, James Hoff and Hannah B. Higgins, as they take the Book of Night as a point of departure to consider some of the performative, haptic, and experimental qualities of the medium of artist books, and what it means to reproduce, translate, and distribute a unique work via the book form. To give you some background on our speakers, James Hoff is an artist living and working in New York. His work encompasses a variety of media, including sound, video, painting, and publishing. In 2006, Hoff co-founded Primary Information to publish historical and contemporary artist books. He has edited or published over 60 facsimile editions over the last 20 years, including Mary Heilman's The All-Night Movie, Art Right, Broken Music, Black Art Notes, Cornelius Cardew's Stockhausen Serves Imperialism, Something Else Press's Great Bear Pamphlets, the New Woman's Survival Catalog, and Women's Work, among many others. Hannah B. Higgins is a professor at the School of Art and Art History at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and founder of the interdisciplinary BA in Ideas, or Interdisciplinary Education in the Arts. Her books include Fluxus Experience and The Grid Book, the former of which was just translated into Korean. With Douglas Kahn, she co-edited Mainframe Experimentalism, Early Computing, and the Foundations of Digital Art. She's currently completing The People's Flag, which is expected to be published in 2025. Higgins is co-executor, with her twin sister Jessica, of the estate of Fluxus artist and Something Else Press publisher Dick Higgins. Before handing things over to our speakers, I'm going to take a few minutes to orient us around the Book of Night and the Starry Night exhibition at DIA Beacon. Again, installation images of which are mixed in behind me. The show opened in September 2023, and it's on long-term view if you have not yet had a chance to visit us in Beacon. Heilman completed the Starry Night series between 1967 and 1971. The series comprises black-stained canvases, both stretched and unstretched, as well as sculptures made from clay or bamboo coated in flock. And they all reference astronomical constellations. These works are among the first Heilman made when she came to New York in 1968, having just completed a degree in sculpture at UC Berkeley. And like a time capsule of this moment in her career, when she pivoted to declare painting to be her primary medium, the Starry Night series consists of work that straddle the line between painting and sculpture and signal what would become her signature painterly approach. The Book of Night especially exemplifies Heilman's aim to collapse these mediums, featuring unstretched canvas paintings bound together into a large book. Originally intended as an interactive object to be leafed through, the Book of Night hems painting into a three-dimensional compendium. Due to its size and tactile quality, it's often compared to a child's picture book, but this may be an oversimplification of the work, for the Book of Night also reveals the influence of minimal and conceptual art on Heilman and her approach to painting, namely through her use of an imperfect grid and a mixture of paint and more DIY materials. Variations on the grid are a key through line from the Starry Night series to Heilman's later, more colorful works, and thus the Starry Night series and the Book of Night in particular significantly mark the start of her lifelong interest in inventively deploying and deliberately deviating from modernist tactics of composition. While the Book of Night is a singularly unique artist book, in 2016, Heilman worked with 303 in print and small editions to produce an editioned variation of the book by the same name, which is often described as a quote-unquote facsimile. This hand-sewn book features screen-printed images of the pages of the Book of Night and is accompanied by a staple-bound booklet of archival photos of the artist turning the pages of the original work at the Whitney Museum Art Resource Center in New York shortly after creating it. And there are images of her doing that as part of this presentation I'm sure you've seen. Notably, Heilman has produced other artist books throughout her career, including most recently The All Night Movie, as I mentioned, which was originally published in 1999 and reprinted in 2022 by Primary Information. And this notion of translating a painting practice into books, which have a much broader circulation than a singular, unique painting, and what it means to reproduce or approximate something like the Book of Night in print, I think is a fitting departure point for our speakers. So here's where I'm going to turn the mic over to them, and please help me in welcoming James and Hannah.
I want to thank everyone for coming, and thank Emily and Dia for hosting us, and for Printed Matter also for hosting us. It's great to be here. And I think we would like the audience to be involved as much as the audience would like to be involved. So we hope that people will chime in. Just raise your hand if you would like to participate in any way in the conversation. If you have comments, suggestions, ideas, dissenting viewpoints, I don't know what else, questions? Supporting viewpoints.
Yes, we don't have a prepared opening line, but there are several issues that have come up in the last couple of days. This is breaking in and out a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just switching. It's doing the same. Oh, it's doing it a little bit too. Okay, well, you can stitch apart the fragments of words that managed to hit. But we have here on the table several of Heilman's books about her, books that include her, and then also this facsimile. So maybe, since in a sense this is a celebration of the exhibition and also the publication of this facsimile, we could begin with a little bit of a conversation on the nature of a facsimile, what it is, what it isn't.
We would like to, so this publication comes with two discrete publications. This one is up
I'll do
here,
Vanna White.
and then we're gonna, I think we'd like to pass this one around just so people can see it.
Don't steal it. We did discuss that as a risk.
And we both have relationships to facsimiles, and we both have relationships to artist books. Yours goes back many, 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 many decades. Mine just goes back a few. And our histories are intertwined in some capacity through facsimiles. So
Yeah, so if you don't know, our father was a publisher, Dick Higgins, who had a press called the Something Else Press. And the Something Else Press was founded in New York in 1963. Okay, 1963. 1963-ish. I was born in 1964. I cannot really justify my ignorance on that, but he sought to do many things with that press, and one of them was to bring important books of the historic avant-garde back into print. So maybe most famously Gertrude Stein's Making of Americans, but also to produce readily available books by artists. And the most famous of those, they were wonderful larger books, but the one that seems to make the rounds the most these days are the Great Bear pamphlets, which are named for the Great Bear watering jug that was in the office of the Something Else Press. And these were to be available at places like grocery stores and also bookstores. And they sold out very quickly. I think they were 25 cents at the time, which actually isn't that little money in 1965 and 6 when these were coming out. And so about 18 years ago, we were approached by Primary Information to produce a facsimile of the Great Bear pamphlets, which I think James said today was their second publication. And so we had a meeting in Allison's loft. Allison Knowles is our mom. And we talked about what it would mean to try to produce a facsimile of these little pamphlets, which continue to make the rounds in the world, most notably through Primary Information. So maybe James, talk about how that worked. And
Yeah, and we were, so when Primary Information started, we were sort of thinking that we would devote the programming to the publication of facsimile editions of artist books that were out of print that we felt were still integral to contemporary conversations around artistic practice. And we wanted to sort of explore that in a lot of ways at the beginning. So we published first a book as a compilation of the magazine Real Life, which was a pictures periodical that was published in the 80s by Thomas Lawson and Susan Morgan. And then we decided we wanted to do something that was a little more like kind of a little more quick and easy in a strange way, and then canvassing a certain sort of cross-section of the avant-garde from the 60s and something pamphlet-like, you know, or zine-like. And so we decided to publish a full run of the Great Bear pamphlets, and there were 20 of them in total. And yeah, and I think the thing about the Great Bear pamphlets is that they included this incredible number of artists that are recognizable to most people, or would be recognized. Many people would be recognizable to people in the audience. People like John Cage, Allison Knowles, Klaus Oldenburg, Dieter Roth, who else am I missing?
Nam June Paik.
Yeah, Nam June Paik, and many others. And this is what they look like. These are some originals. And this is Alan Caprow. There's two Alan Caprows. This is Dick Higgins, Alan Caprow. And these were published basically kind of quickly, right? Dick would just say, take whatever's left over on the press, the paper, and print these. And so for us, this created a problem around the facsimile. So the facsimile, the edition, or the idea of the facsimile is to reproduce a publication, at least in terms of Primary Information. Our idea is to reproduce a publication as it was produced originally, replicating the paper, replicating the paper type, the feel, the weight, and also the printing, so that it feels like the artist's project that it originally was. So there's nothing kind of taking away from it. That is a lot easier said than done, and it's probably no surprise, although it was surprising to me at the time. Paper that was around in the 60s is not necessarily around now, and even the same color of white that was around in the 60s is not around now. So like paper tones change, paper types change. So we had a lot of issues just trying to match the papers, and that is one of the problems you run into with a facsimile, which brings up an interesting question of like, how do you produce a facsimile if the idea is to recreate it precisely like the original if you don't have access to something that replicates the original or that is the original in terms of its material substrate or material form. And this was even more complicated by these because some of them didn't include, this is the same title, two different types of paper, as you will notice. So that created its own set of problems as well. So I think this something interesting to think about as we talk about the Book of Night as a facsimile, or possibly not as a facsimile, as we sort of like think through that, how hard it is to actually replicate the original artist book or the original publication or the original form in contemporary times, given the sort of limitability around our access to materials.
Right, and then the sort of counterbalance to that is, yes, and is a facsimile at some level an attitudinal replication? In other words, the capacity to simply reach over here grab some materials and use them. And one of the issues that's come up a lot in my conversations with James is the question of the idea of the everyday as the thing that's most ready at hand, most easy to find, and also most quickly out of date. So in a sense, the least precious, and from a facsimile standpoint, also the most precious. So it just raises this whole kind of spectrum of questions about really how we know the past through its materials, and what it means to replay elements of the past materially and cognitively, kind of how that all works.
And I think the other thing to keep in mind or bear in mind, as many of you know, is that the artist book was born in a conceptual moment, was born within the conceptual period and within the pop period as well. So often you're confronted with a lack of material in the sense that we're talking about the Great Bears. We can't replicate the paper, but maybe we can take the conceptual framework of a project and make sure we stay true to that. And that is often something that we also have to consider. So there's a sort of like facsimile of the concept and facsimile of the material, and they run in parallel and sometimes at odds with each other, depending.
Yeah. I mean, one of the issues that comes up in a lot of my conversations with people about Fluxus performances is there's a certain sort of Fluxus performance where you walk into a room and people are all standing there in bowler hats with little, like, they're sort of dressed for the 60s. And it strikes me as a kind of theatricalization of a performance form that should be able to evolve. And there's, I think, that's kind of the interesting core question that comes up with the facsimile question too.
So yeah, how would you, in terms of performance, like how would you frame that in terms of facsimile, non-facsimile? Is it enough to replicate the attitude and the costume and the scenography or whatever it is that's?
I mean, I guess
it?
from my point of view, what's most vital in a Fluxus event is each era's effort with intention to execute an event for their time. So that's why, that's why the bowler hats make me so crazy, because it turns everyone into an actor, basically playing a role they see in a photograph.
Yeah.
So it greatly limits the exploratory function of the event. But that's why, James, I was so interested in when you were reprinting, when you were making the facsimile of the Great Bears. I think I said this in a conversation with you the other day. What's interesting to me is the effort matters to get it right. But what's interesting is where you can't, because that's where you can really see in high relief these shifts in manufacturing and production. And so it's not that people shouldn't try to go for the resemblance. It's that it's really engaging for me to look at the places where it doesn't work.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, because there's so many people that will have the original. So you can go across the street and you can see an incredible array of primary documents from the 60s and 70s. But there's always someone that's like, aha, well, you did not get this one thing right, and they point to that thing in this kind of gotcha way, which is less interesting than thinking about the questions that raises.
Right, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the point isn't to kind of be in an attack mode for what didn't come through. It's to invest in history as a kind of domain of a kind of change that can be examined through the lens of the possible. And as I was saying in my lunch with Alan Smart today, the possibly possible, what might move forward requires gaps.
Yeah.
Not as negation necessarily, but as something else.
I do have an interesting kind of counter narrative to that, which is that when we published a facsimile of Avalanche magazine, and I think there's a box set of it in the store actually on the lower shelf next to the register if anyone wants to see it. And it's long out of print, and it went out of print really quickly. But when we did it, like Vito Conchi was one of the people that was featured in Avalanche and was on the cover of one of the issues. And of course, everyone that was in Avalanche we gave copies to, and I knew Vito and I was working with him at the time, and I brought him the box set and I gave it to him, and he didn't open it, and he was like, "Thank you so much, I can't wait to see it." And I went down the next week and it was nowhere to be seen in his studio anywhere, and I thought that was strange because he had this amazing book collection, everything is there. And I said, "Vito, where's the Avalanche? Like, what did you take a look at it?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, I took a look. I immediately had to put it someplace where I couldn't see it." And I was like, "Why?" And he was like, it just creeped, the whole thing just creeped me out. And I was like, "What? Like, creeped you out? Like, this is, well, it's, you know, to creep Vito out is an accomplishment, I think." So I was like, "What, why?" And he was like, that was a facsimile that we got almost perfect, I would say. And he was like, "It just looked too new. Like, all the issues looked really new, and I haven't seen them look new for 40 years, and it just weirds me out. So I just put it somewhere I didn't have to see it." And I was like, "Oh, that's such an interesting problem." I was very proud that we had finally perfected this form and gotten it right. And then
Turns out someone has to hold it and read it for like
exactly
15 hours before it really looks right.
But yeah, I think that these sorts of anomalies open up an interesting sort of conversation around Mary's book.
Yeah.
So,
which you all are having a chance to look at here, and the facsimile is making its way around the room. Where is it now? Okay.
And I would highly recommend anyone that's not been up to Dia Beacon that can go or has the chance to go to see the work up there and to see the installation and the exhibition up there, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's a lot of work that you do not get to see very, very often, if ever at all. So,
yeah, and you can see here that it's actually the book of Night is situated in an exhibition that includes sculpture as well as flat work, which is sort of drawing and sort of painting, sort of watercolor. Lots of different things. So one of the most engaging features of the exhibition is actually experiencing the way that the form of that book is actively in dialogue with the work around the room. And it dates to the late 60s and early 70s. I guess it's 67 to 71. So right across the threshold of a kind of fascination with the sky, right? With the, travel to the moon and all of that.
Age of Aquarius.
Age of Aquarius, yeah. One of my favorite objects in the show is called Dripping. It's up on the right-hand side there. It's Dripping Sky. And I don't know who in this room has had psychedelic experiences, but if it's been nighttime and you've been outside, you know exactly what that's a picture of. And I took a video with my camera kind of underneath going like this, and I looked at it and I thought, oh my God, it's been many decades since I had that experience, but this is someone who clearly got it, right, and found a way to produce in three-dimensional form this remarkable experience, kind of sculptural experience of the celestial space.
And Mary's talked a lot about the psychedelic.
Yeah, I'm not outing anything.
Yeah,
it's like in the film about her, and it's in her writing. But it's lovely then to watch that sculptural piece is really immediate in the way it communicates that experience. And then when you get to the book, it's clear that she's found a way to really slow it down. It evolves quite remarkably as it's interacted with. We were very lucky to have someone named CARA unfold each page, and you could see in the book it moved from having a black cover, then you turn a page and you have one hole and then the hole is right where you would hope to grab the page to turn it, right? You would take a big object, you would grab it in the middle, and then you would turn it, but there's a hole right there. So, this poor, wonderful woman is showing us the book, and how do you deal with that gap right there where you would touch it, which is the thing that tells you it's a book, but the page is kind of denying itself. Turn the page, and then there's two holes. Turn it again. So each time you turn a page, a hole is added. But you can also see here that the holes are loosely arranged one under the next, so that as you move through the book, you can see these holes evolving and moving you through the pages one to the next. And it's you can see here it's made of this heavy, is it called duck cotton, right? And it's got these threads coming off it. So not only are you seeing the holes loosely aligned one to the next, but the threads are kind of pouring through the book and around the edge of the book as you turn it. It's an incredibly tactile object. And when you finally get toward the end, you see that there's silver at the bottom of the holes, and those are the stars. And you can't see them from the beginning of the book, or you can see one, but when you finally get to that last page and you turn it, I'm standing there in the room, and it took my breath away, because what had been this book and this thing you burrowed through to get to, I'm standing there with Emily here, and turn the page, and then it turns out it's a painting inside the book. It's not really an intermedial object on that last page. It becomes more of what we know Mary Heilman for. These painted grids, these loose forms. It's there. Just a remarkable emergence in that last page. So it's a remarkable book object, because when it's closed, it looks very much a book, a cover, a spine, and it's a little shaggy at the edges, maybe sort of more what Vito had in mind, something that's maybe been used, handled a lot. It lived in her studio for decades. And then when you're moving through it, it's a book environment or a transpironment or sort of multi-mediating book. And then when you get to the end, I had the sense that I was seeing the Mary Heilman that we know for these paintings in what came next. It's just an extraordinary object that way. And she couldn't have known when she made it that that's what it was. But one has a sense of a kind of landing. There it is.
And it's a very physical, that last page is so physical, it's incredible. And as many of you know, like Mary started off as a sculptor and then went into painting. As she says in this film, she wasn't getting any sort of respect as a sculptor, and she knew she was never going to fit in with the sort of bad boys of sculpture.
They were her friends.
Yeah, they were friends, but she decided to become a painter just to annoy them, and it was like the most uncool thing you could do or something. And but you can see in the show, or you can see through the work, and particularly in this book, it's like this, and also Gemini. You can start to see how she's working, like she's setting up a lot of motifs and modes that she explores much later on more thoroughly. And that's like through the grid, through these sort of impasto marks, through the sort of like star patterns, for lack of a better word, that are circular in motion. And
you can see in some of these, here you see the cuts. And that one up behind it, that's called Pegasus, or the Great Square of Pegasus. You can see it's a constellation with a loose grid around it. And those loose grid forms are something that she's known for as a straight up painter, right? So we see in them something that's going to be really, really important for her, like in a few years.
a lot of painting in it. So
Yeah,
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
pass
That's
this
good.
around so people can see this. In terms of, so one of the, I mean, and talking about facsimiles, like let's tackle that
Yeah,
issue.
good.
If no one has any questions up to this point or concerns. I think that's one of the things, yeah, that's
Emily, did you ever think about that? Right. All right. Sorry. Yeah.
Book published by 303 a couple
Right,
years
sorry.
ago. Yeah. I think that's a very good question and definitely something that we'll discuss now for sure. In terms of like what distinguishes it, I would say that, I just want to say outright that I don't think that the publication is a facsimile, but I also don't know that it matters. And I think the things that make it different from a facsimile are extremely interesting and what allows us to have a different kind of conversation.
Yeah. So if you put a hole, if you die cut holes in the pages, they would be very clear and crisp, in a way that the way the threads interact among the pages of the actual book are not. So even if you altered the flatness of those pages, it might seem to get you closer to the materiality of the thing, but in fact it may just be like an illusion of that closeness.
Yeah, it's almost like you would have to, I mean, also it's not on cloth. So
Yeah, right.
I think that that's like, there is a transformation that happens there. And I think that takes it further away. So it's like, it's one of these things where you'd almost want it to be on cloth and you'd want it to be hand cut, but then you're just getting into sort of.
Then it would be too small, and so you'd have to do it at scale.
Yeah. So also to say, like, the book is 34 by 38 inches, so it's big. It's almost like a sculptural object, or it is a sculptural object in a way, as well as being a book and as well as being a painting. So
Yeah, and then you'd have the difficulty of trying to kind of evoke what it feels like now after living in her studio for, how long was it in the studio? For, like 50 years. So a little bit like that quality that Vito Acconci was complaining about. Like if you did it new, it wouldn't be like it is now, where it's sort of yummy and warm and has the kind of mark of living in a studio.
Is there a question up front? As far as I know, it was isolated. Do you know, Emily? Yeah. But did she make other books in this? Did she make other works that were in this vein that you know of? I don't know of any. Yeah. Yeah.
No.
There was a similar situation. Louise Bourgeois made these amazing books that were stitched and made from cloth,
Yeah.
and they would sort of be editions of one, and I think there are a couple that are edition of 10, and I absolutely love them. They're on like computer score paper, and they're incredible, and I would love to be able to reproduce them facsimiles, but it'd be almost impossible to do in a way that would feel faithful as a facsimile, and that isn't to say that you couldn't reproduce them. And I think that that's what's interesting about this project, is that whether or not it's a facsimile doesn't really matter, because this publication allows the book or the project or the piece, the work, sorry, to emerge and distribute through the world in a way that
The single object cannot.
yeah,
Yeah.
and allows it to be present and known in a way that this object cannot, because it's not necessarily a well-known work in that way, that you could represent it in another book, but it wouldn't be quite the same. I think one of the things that is great is that it's you get to interact with it and view it and experience it in a one-to-one kind of way, like as a singular object. So you saw it in the middle of this book, even if it were produced like page to page, so that it was, across spreads, and it kind of felt like it. It wouldn't be the same, because it would be contextualized inside of all this other work. But this allows you to sort of experience it on its own, and I think that's really important.
I totally agree with that. And I'm glad they didn't add holes to the paper. There's something about putting the holes in the paper that might have felt kitschy. And I can't really unpack why I think that's so. But I think I do think that's so.
I like the idea of it, but I think the problem is that since the holes were hand done, there's something else happening that you couldn't represent. You couldn't sort of replicate on paper, you know, whether it's the threads or it's things being frayed or just the way it feels. Like we were talking earlier and thinking through Mary's work in the context and the period that it was made in, late 60s, early 70s. And to me, a lot of it feels like, with this book in particular, just feels like really proto-punk in a way, for lack of a better word. Like it feels 10 years ahead of its time, and or more maybe. And also with the colors, like the black and silver, black and gray. It doesn't really sort of gel well with the period of, you know, that within which it was made. And I think those elements would be very hard to replicate. That sort of like the puncturing would be very hard to replicate in paper. Though I would say that would be an instinct of mine to try to do that as a publisher. You might be right that it might not work. So,
you can't really see this picture, but this is probably her most famous single painting. It's called "Save the Last Dance for Me" from 1979, and I mention it because the colors are Betsy Johnson inspired hot pink, which is the great punk clothing designer who had a boutique in Soho. And you know, it's the interesting thing about that particular painting, which connects back to the Book of Night, is when you look at it, you can't quite tell if the pink squares have been added to the surface or if the black has been cut away from the pink squares. And there's a great deal of spatial ambiguity there, which is something we talk about when we talk about modernist painting, perhaps. But that ambiguity is, I think, very much present in the way the holes work in the Book of Night, or in even more spectacularly in Gemini, which I don't think we have a detail of here.
No,
but it's these cut windows that are both the thing you look through to a night sky behind, but they've been marked up with circles that also set them within. So they're within and outside of the painting.
I should add, there's a little story about this body of work, which was this was the last body of work that she showed with Holly Solomon in the 70s, and it got panned really hard. And then Holly didn't want to work with her anymore. And that's what led her to start working with Pat Hearn, who was like very much
serious painter dealer.
Yeah, but it kind of comes out of Boston in a very punk kind of mode in the 80s. And Mary talks about going to her gallery on Avenue C or D, and just sort of like being on the fringes again at, you know, in her early 40s, like, and being swept up by this East Village 80s moment, and how great that was for her and how much she took away from that. And it's interesting that this most famous work is the work that sort of led her there, which she kind of considers very fortuitous and special, but took her out of this sort of like more
star system.
Yeah, exactly. Like unintended?
Yeah, unintended. Yeah, pun intended. like a black rod.
And I would just, as an aside, say that in terms of the aging process, when it comes to primary information, the facsimiles that we're doing, we try our best to not include that aging because we want the book to, these are art objects in our minds, made as a multiple in a sort of democratic and accessible form, and we want them to represent or feel as though they had just come out or feel like they did when they just came out. So we don't really want to replicate the aging, and a lot of that aging gets fetishized in books and book production and book collecting, and that's like something that we've always fought against. So we want, something like this is an art object, and we want it to look like it did when it came out. So we do our best to try to take out all the aging that is present in whatever copies that we are able to acquire to scan and use as the sort of source material for the new publication. That's a good.
Yeah, are there other questions out there? The questions are really interesting.
Yeah.
Observations.
Oh, we should add that Mary has a show opening next week across the street, and everyone should go. It's opening on the 2nd, I believe, Hauser and Worth, literally across the street. And yeah, that'd be great. So.
I have a set of questions here. Yeah, so Emily was, a question, yeah.
I would say for me, yeah, it's about trying to preserve the integrity and conceptual framework of the original, if not the materiality of it. We don't typically work with something. First of all, I didn't publish this book, but we wouldn't. It would be very hard for us if we were to come to this project to figure out how to actually do it, and it would raise a number of questions, which would probably lead us to not doing it. Because there's a lot of questions that are really hard to solve, and it's easier if the artist is still alive. In this case, we could talk to Mary about how to do that, and I'm sure Mary was consulted on this publication. But for us, it's about thinking about how we. So the original idea around the artist book is that it was meant to be democratic and cheap, as Hannah said, like something that could be sold in grocery stores next to Harlequin romance novels, and that was a very idealistic sort of notion, and it did happen from time to time. But whether or not that was successful or not, the idea is still there. Like these books are meant to be put into the world at an affordable price that is accessible to everyone. And unlike the works that you see in galleries and in museums, books can function as containers for artworks and ideas that much more easily travel through the world and around the world. And so for us, that's how we view the publications that we reproduce as facsimiles. So we want them to look and feel exactly like the artist originally intended them to look and feel. So to that extent, we will do everything we can to replicate both the feel, the sort of width of the book, the spine width of the book, the paper, and the color, and all these other things, minus the aging that kind of goes along with the book as it moves through the world. That's like a little less interesting to us. So,
Yeah, so one of the things I'm thinking about what you're saying, James, is the difference between an art opening where the people the artist knows come to a central location, to a gallery, right? They have to travel to the gallery with the book. The release date takes the gallery to the people, essentially. And it's very exciting to get a box, you know, from Primary Information, for example. I don't live in New York. I live outside Chicago. I feel like I'm in the middle of something because that culture finds me in my, you know, house in the woods. And it's hard to overstate how important that is. I think we can lose sight of that. We can imagine that the more important thing is that New York is the center of it, but it's actually the way that artist books democratize or sought to and seek to be part of these networks that are now dematerialized in all kinds of ways on the internet, but certainly like the mailing lists. You know, Dick, my father, spent so much time maintaining his mailing list. It was everything to him. You know, you could not have a duplicate on your mailing list because then you were paying postage twice. And, you know, it was absolutely essential to what he was trying to do. That mailing list was as important then as like your distribution list is now. And there was a fascinating exhibition last fall at the Something Else Press at the Reina Sofia. I'll call out Christian Zatrek, who's here, because that was Christian's show, and Alice Centimore. And that show contained documentation of the survival and collapse of the press in Barton, Vermont, which is where it ultimately ended. And on the one hand, you know, you might find that information in an exhibition about a press and wonder, why is it here? But it's actually an index of how it existed in the world. You know, who was supporting it or not supporting it, who wasn't paying their bills, or, you know, what was the correspondence like with artists. All of that important evidence for the nature of the project was part of that exhibition. And so I think, sure, when an artist has a major retrospective, it might include letters with other artists. I mean, what an important thing to represent, and I certainly wouldn't diminish it. But with a publication enterprise, this other thing is the index, in a sense, of those relationships.
Yeah. I should add, for those who don't know, is like Jessica and Hannah's father and your mother created this press that became the prototype, like really revolutionized the idea of art books and artist books, and the idea of using the book as a container for artwork that could be distributed through the world. I mean, truly, I mean, it's like this wouldn't be happening across the street if it weren't for Something Else Press and Dick Higgins, and so that deserves to be mentioned and honored because this started happening in the early '60s and created a whole medium around it. I mean, there are other people that were contributing, of course, but I would say in terms of like really thinking about how books could look and feel like books, but also be art objects, that was very much Something Else Press's MO, and a very huge influence on us, and also I would say artist books, and art in general.
there more questions? What to do with that comment? That's very sweet. But it leaves me without words, so. We're out of time.
Okay.
And one last question. Any thoughts? Okay. Well, you can come up here. We have a selection of books up here that you can look at. And where is the facsimile? Thank you.
Wait.
You're so honest. What facsimile?
Working. Thank you both so much, Hannah and James. Thank you all for being
Thank you.
here.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess you're right. Where's the music? I thought we were going to have music. What happened to the soundtrack? Oh, really? Do you want, we can do cool. You want to do no. Okay. You do.
I tried.
It was great.
Thank you so much.
That was really fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I love talking about this stuff, and I would love to. I hope someday we can just.
Coffee. Bottle of wine
Yes.
or jug of tea.
Yeah,
More like
that would be great.
I tend to always like this, like this. Here 2 days, my mother's birthday.
Yeah.
I'm hoping over the summer to come for like a 2-week extended stay, and then I actually get to see people.
Okay.
Are you around at all in the summer? Do
I
you
am.
Go.
I'm teaching at Bard the second or third week of July.
Okay. Bard upstate or
Yeah,
BGC?
upstate. Yeah.
Oh, great. Oh, what's the course?
It's the summer MFA program. I'm in the
Was it a
painting
low
department.
residency thing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Hey, you look familiar. Hi, Hannah Higgins. Hi. Hi. Okay, so maybe I recognize you somehow.
And I know her. I know her first. You know her first.
From that one. Ever.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was dreaming of you. It was in my mind.
Imagining.
I was imagining.
Listen to her.
Okay.
You almost had something Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it sounds fine. Let's talk in the morning and schedule the exact time. Yeah, that would be great.
I have to run.
Yeah.
And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Beautiful. It's great to
You do it. Mary, right? Hi, I'm Amanda. Nice to see you. Yeah. Good. How are you? It's funny. It's like going back here. It's like going back to high school. These aren't on. I know. I'm great. I live in Miami. Oh yeah. I know. I'm an artist there. I work on a lot of public art projects, and then I have a publishing house in Exile. No, I have some books of printed matter, although I haven't seen them. And this year, I couldn't do it. But I'm enjoying it.
Did you see Alan Smart?
Yeah. Wonderful to see you too. Hi.
Good to see you.
Talking across the street.
I actually ended up.
So it's kind of great.
Okay, those are James.
But I thought about it. I really wanted to hear the conversation.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. I work for Mary. So
That's great. You were here.
Well, I love.
primary information.
And there was a
James. Not in the, on this, for this weekend, but I do from time to time.
How do I find out?
If you join our mailing list, info@primaryinformation.org is our email, and our website is primaryinformation.org, and then there's a mailing list.
Right.
HO. Start this in here.
Or I can carry it so it's just more. You know my favorite part about writing Ariadne is first of all the yeah, yeah. I just dump them in the sink and I take a spray thing and I go yeah, they're kind of like unless
Oh, no. But I was also glad that you guys chime in on things I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to, because I was like,
yeah, no, but it was great because I think it did exactly what we hoped, was kind of like circle subjects and bring it back to Mary. And I so appreciate you guys specifically for being involved.
Of course,
And
yeah.
thank you for mentioning the house.
Yeah, of course, yeah, no, it's good.
I'll be out there.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. Especially because
Oh, so much.
I know, I was like, I was.
Sorry.
So Nicole's gonna sit there and then Lisa share a mic. Maybe in the order that we go. Maybe Ricky. Wait, where's my notebook that was here? Nicole? I had a notebook that was here that's no longer.
Like,
Yeah. I was like, I don't know what to do. I'll sing this song or something. But I thought I'll sit here with you and then we'll just do the order. I don't know where
we're just waiting for the artist and another performer, and then we'll get started. Thanks.
Test. Cool.
Hi, everyone. My name's Nicole Killian. I run the publishing initiative Nico Fontana, which is mostly around the idea of writing and language by queer artists, designers, and writers. I'm really excited about this talk today. I'm going to have some intros that I'm going to go through quickly, but I first wanted to say thank you to Emmy and David, Sanel, Sunny, and SGP, and the staff at Print and Matter. They run the whole show, and I'm very grateful that they're giving us this time. So today we're going to be talking about Ohan Breiding's project, Belly of a Glacier, that I was also lucky enough to design. We've had sort of a long road to getting the books. They are not here. The first shipment actually did get destroyed in an ice storm, so there's kind of a lot of feelings about shipping right now and Mercury in retrograde. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the project and then go through bios and then explain kind of the order today. So while researching and filming the ancient ice archives at the U.S. National Ice Core Laboratory in Lakewood, Colorado, artist Ohan Breiding speculated on how natural disasters are embedded in the ice and represented in institutional memory. While the archive is full of absent presences, Breiding envisions how the matter of ice, air, volcanic rock, ash fill in the gaps and disclose the entangling of destruction and preservation. Breiding has a long-standing investment in the question of ecological care, the landscape as witness, and memory work as volcanoes continue to erupt and erase boundaries, offering new trans-temporal and trans-spatial imaginaries. So we tried to play with this in the design of the book, thinking about different ways of orientation, blurs, and traces. So I have a dummy after if you'd like to see what the book will look like. Included in the book are contributions by Alina Williams, Astrida Nymanis, Colleen Smith, Carrie Ayudagadik Ohanan, Cleo Wolf Hazard, Jean Vaccaro, Jess Arndt, Jules Jimbrone, Susan Stryker, and Svetlana Kito. So now I'm going to go through bios. Ohan Breiding works in drawing, photography, lens-based archives, and video installation, exploring the intersections of trans-temporality, ecological care, and collaborative processes. They have presented their work at various museums, galleries, and film festivals nationally and internationally. The final version of Belly of a Glacier is scheduled to open as a solo exhibition at Arts and Letters in New York this fall and at Mass MoCA in 2025. Ohan is an assistant professor at Williams College and is represented by Ochi Gallery in Los Angeles. Svetlana Kito is a writer, editor, and oral historian. Her writing has appeared in 4 columns, Guernica, Bomb, Ursula, the Los Angeles Review of Books, The Cut, Vice, and elsewhere. Her book of interviews, Sarah Penn's Knobkery, an oral history sourcebook, CARA 2021, formed the basis of an exhibition at the Sculpture Center in the fall of 2021. She is currently the editor of publications at the Dia Art Foundation. Carrie Ayagadik Ohanan is an Inupiaq writer from the Ugamiut tribe. The Ugamiut lived on the Ugivak Island, King Island, Alaska, during the winter until the 1960s, when the federal government closed the BIA school on the island, forcing the residents to relocate to Nome, Alaska. Her longing for her home, informed by a sense of this displacement, inspires her writing. They received her master's in fine arts from the University of Montana. Her first collection of poetry, Roughly for the North, was published by University of Alaska Press. Her work has appeared in Prairie Schooner, the Louisville Review, ASUS Journal, and Yellow Medicine Review. Ricky Sele-Zoger, aka Yata, is a multimedia artist and composer. Their installations and performances have been presented at MoMA, the Tate, and the Getty, as well as featured in publications like Pitchfork and The Wire. Katie Brewer-Ball is a writer and assistant professor of performance studies and feminist gender and sexuality studies at Wesleyan University. Their first book, The Only Way Out, The Racial and Sexual Performance of Escape, was recently released from Duke University Press. KBB is currently writing the story of their grandfather's life as a permafrost scientist on an ice island. So just to let you know the structure, I'm gonna show two videos, Chapter 1, Ice Archive, and Chapter 2, Rhone Glacier. Then Ohan will read. Then we're going to have a reading by Carrie, who's not here today. Then Ricky will read, Katie, and then Svetlana will have a few questions for Ohan. And I just wanted to say also, I'll be taking sort of interest in the book as a sign-up after, and proceeds from the book are going to be going to the Palestinian Youth Movement and Samadoun. All right. So chapter 1.
This is just the beginning.
I'm pausing it so we can turn the lights down, so you can see it.
You're stuck in the deepest hole on Earth in this part, just so you know.
You're No, I felt bad. I know. I don't even care. It's just like I had this, and I was like, I weird. I'm like, is that such a weird request? Right?
No.
But
I think
I don't think so. Now the lights just got brighter.
no.
No, that went over. It's there. There we go. That's what Nicole, I think, was just saying.
So not only
But also work, I guess. I mean, while we're waiting. No. Yeah. Yeah. That one was like sitting in front of me. No. There he's yeah. Smiling. She likes it.
Okay. Now the visual is not showing. Oh, what are we? Audio. There's text. Yeah. It's not showing.
Like, I know. I know. I mean, I think all this is important, but it's weird to not show that, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel
It's
like it's
also
a-
we're like at an art institution. They should know how to turn the lights off and play the video. Okay. What? No, no. No. Uh-uh. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. All right, Ricky, go. Ricky's gonna fix it. No, first I wanna. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm on. No. I haven't decided. You're welcome. Oh, okay, so up here. Maybe we'll go Hold on. Yeah. Not working. They're still not there. Okay. What? Yeah, yeah. Oh, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, Ricky. Yes, you did. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you.
Here we go, take 3.
This is fragments of chapter 2, Rhone Glacier.
It is December. I walk out into the snow. With each It is December. I walk out into the snow. With each step, I sink down a little, my body compressing the ground beneath me, making a crunching sound. Everything is slick and bluish white. Large snowflakes fall down onto me. One lands in my palm. It is perfectly symmetrical with 6 points radiating out from the center like a flower. I watch it change shape, the heat from my body making it disappear.
Next is a poem commissioned for the book that Carrie Ayugadu Ohan is going to read. We have an audio recording.
It is
This is Carrie Ayahadak Ojanen reading my poem, Examining the Ice Core Recording of the Eruption of Mount Okmak. At our core, our intensity increases. Under pressure, crystal layers chambered, indicative of an ancient adversity. Let us set down a layer. Let us press our fingers against it. The sharp shards cut an index. Translation, impossible beyond the catch of breath. Here is the dark falling. Here is the skyborn death. In examination, discern the glinting shades. The shades, intense, compressing calculus, still calculating. Momentarily caught between uncertainties, between this or that. This is death, and that is death. And when now a wiggle room between two paths towards certainty, towards certain death. We are looking at the space between two steps, suspended as it were in the moment, approaching the limit, and the limit is death. Trying to create on the fly the function that approaches infinitely but does not reach death. The particulars in catastrophe are chaos. What is signal? What is noise? What are the preparations that approach but do not arrive at death? We are descended of those approaching infinitely the certainty of death. Will they make it? The sky is burning. Soot falls on dry mountain tops. No glaciers to record the fine drift and settlement. A new catastrophe. Will we make it? We are caught between two steps. We are calculating our approach. Our descendants await us on our journey. They await the function. We calculate our path as we approach the limit. We approach what hard calculus will save us now.
Thank you, Carrie, if you're hearing this. I would like to acknowledge that as I'm creating a work about climate justice, I would like to take this time and space to acknowledge the climate of total violence we are living in as we continue to experience Israel's, and by extension, the United States' genocidal campaign against Palestinians. Even though the books are in the air, having this launch during the same week as Earth Day and Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day feels very important for personal and political reasons. I'm really honored to have worked with you, Nicole, on this book, and that the proceeds will directly support the Palestinian youth movement. So I started Belly of a Glacier because I fell in love with a volcano. Not for its grandeur, but because it showed me that the inner and outer earth are indistinguishable. Molten lava flows, spews out, and forms new ground. This was in southern Italy, where my grandmother was born and where I had returned in search of ancestral connection. Surrounded by basalt and the sea, ladybugs and fennel plants, smelled long before they are seen, Stromboli erupted daily. Its rumbles moved through my body, rooting me in the present, soul to soul. A love of fire led me to an ancient ice archive where heat and cold conspire to preserve history and re-envision a future. This is where ice cores from various Arctic and glacial landscapes are stored and studied, and where matter from vastly distant time periods exist together all at once. 43 BCE Okmak, 73 CE Vesuvius, 1983 Krakatau. This project explores the archival capacities of ice and learns from the ancient atmospheric debris that is preserved in its materiality, volcanic ash, meteor particulates, greenhouse gases, and the traces that linger across time and borders. And I just would like to acknowledge that Carrie's poem was directly linked to Mount Akmak, the volcanic eruption that inspired the beginning part of this project. And then I'm going to pass it to you, Ricky.
Hello. Thank you for having me. This is such a beautiful film. All right, so I'll be reading from Colleen Smith's Volcano Manifesto. I think it makes sense that there were technical difficulties. We really can't control technology. We really can't control the earth. We made technology and then it's taking over the earth. Okay, so the first one is fault lines. I was puttering about in the undercommons during off hours. I ran into my love, my caldera, my volcano. The volcano owns herself. This sounds radically masturbatory. I need to think about what's on the other side of masturbation. Somebody has already thought about this for sure. Volcano. Why'd she pop off like that? Because it feels good. Why is she always talking about dismantling capitalism while also being a mercenary for wages and prices of her works? Because when someone asks me, where'd I get the money, I want to hold my head up while I answer. And when I get to do stuff with the money, I want to make it possible for others to do the same on down the line, along the rocky trail of A'as, which is the Hawaiian word for chunky rock lava that has been propelled along a molten lava, which geologists have adopted as a categorical term. We go under. In the underneath where it's hot, unstable, dark, and unknowable, we hang out, we talk, we study, we struggle, we love. We do the stuff that costs us instead of pays us because it feels good, because it's what we'd rather do, because it undermines our isolation, because it loosens the harnesses, because it melts away cruelty, because we can be pirates sometimes because they do not notice as long as order appears to be maintained, because if we deep dive enough, the cold dark becomes a throbbing hothouse, because the deeper we go, the more they lose their grip. Blackness is deep and it's endless. Opacity gives us a break. The break is where it's at. We might recognize that everything we do for pleasure, everything we do to help, every time we grieve each other's flowers, we are stoking the volcano. When their world breaks, I hope I am among those who are blamed for it. Okay, the next one, I who have nothing. The volcano makes new land. Who owns the new land of the volcano? Lava becomes land that becomes contested by people and places that are already contesting things that aren't really theirs. The volcano obliterates all boundaries and collapses all orders. If the lava oozes over your dotted line, do we share? Do you give it? Do I leave it? Who can have it? Who needs it? The volcano alchemizes everything in her wake. I curl up in her caldera and wait for glacier melt to wash me into sediment and turn me into smoky quartz. A boat floats out and I reach for it. From the bow we watch the world begin again. Pahoe hoi, Hawaiian word for ropey, goopy lava that geologists have adopted as a categorical term. Pahoe hoi builds a bridge from the caldera's lip to our boat, asking us to hasten. our metamorphosis from flesh to mineral. Okay, that's from Colleen Smith's Volcano Manifesto.
Hello. I love the word caldera. It really is. Hi. I'm just gonna read what I wrote. This summer I picked up a book that belonged to my grandfather. His name, Max C. Brewer, was embossed on the front in a golden font. It was a hardcover copy of Friedhof Nansen's 1898 book, Farthest North, being the record of a voyage of exploration of the ship Fram, 1892 to 96. Nansen's book tells the story of the Fram, a ship built specifically to be frozen in the Arctic Sea, built to withstand the pressure of the pack ice that other ships had tried to force their way through, but been squeezed and annihilated by. What Nansen, and consequently the Fram, is famous for is freezing the ship into the pack ice and traveling hundreds of miles between the North Pole and Franz Josef Land along the trajectory of the ocean's ice flow. The classic scientific penetration wasn't working, so they let the ice carry the Fram inside of an ice island. Nansen's book begins with a quote from Stoic philosopher Seneca. A time will come in later years when the ocean will unloose the lands of things, when the immeasurable earth will lie open, when Toul will no longer be the extreme point among the lands. In Greek mythic cartography, Toul was the most northerly point beyond the borders of the known world. Toul is often thought to refer to Iceland, Greenland, or Norway. Seneca presents an idea of the North as that which is not of this world, which must be known through human exploration, colonialism, and science, through the white heroic discovery narrative. What is interesting to me here is the figuration of the Arctic and ice as otherworldly. These are genres of colonial exploration, of horror and science fiction. The North is the extreme point among the lands, represented in both X-Files and recent True Detective as harboring ancient bacteria in the permafrost for both good and evil. It's a great X-Files episode too, you should check it out. In the book, Nansen writes, unseen and untrodden under the spotless mantle of ice, the rigid polar regions slept the profound sleep of death from the earliest dawn of time. Wrapped in his white shroud, the mighty giant stretched his clammy ice limbs abroad and dreamed his age-long dreams. Ages passed, deep was the silence. Then, in the dawn of history, far away in the south, the awakening spirit of man reared its head on high and gazed over the earth. To the south it encountered warmth, to the north cold. And behind the boundaries of the unknown, it placed in imagination the twin kingdoms of consuming heat and deadly cold. But the limits of the unknown had to recede step by step before the ever-increasing yearning after light and knowledge of the human mind, till they made a stand in the north at the threshold of nature's great ice temple, of the polar regions with their endless silence. Here is a kind of Norse mythology of the mythic land of Niflheim, where hoarfrost giants roam and seaside dragons chew on the washed-up remains of corpses. As Saidiya Hartman reminds us through her critical fabulation, stories matter. Right? She asks this question, what do stories afford anyway? The Arctic is described as an unpeopled place, mythic, unknown, unknowable, until Nansen cracks the code, gets into the pack ice to travel with the ice island. And when the Arctic is peopled, it is not by the indigenous communities which call it home, but instead represented through what Lisa Bloom calls the Arctic aesthetics of imperial ambition. I've been working on writing about the emergence of the category of science on the North Slope of Alaska, how that word and idea has been situationally defined and by whom, as well as the history of the Naval Arctic Research Laboratory, which is now Barrow Arctic Research Center in Ukpiagvik, an Arctic-based logistics hub, that's what they call it, run by the Ukpiagvik Inuit Corporation. And this all brings me to the question of aesthetics of ice and Ohan. So in Belly of a Glacier, as you've seen, part 1, Ohan visits the National Science Foundation Ice Core facility in Lakewood, Colorado, the largest of its kind. The ice cores hold what was once outside, debris from the air, from volcanic eruptions, industrial revolutions. Breiding's 9-minute video asks us about the body of a glacier, its belly, and that which is held in the intestine digested for the archive of the future. Belly of a Glacier asks questions about the preservation of glaciers, their insides, how in Switzerland they cover them with cloth, how the body is like a glacier, disappearing, cut up, dying, and protected. When I was a kid, I remember visiting glaciers near Seward, Alaska, and the boats honking their horns to knock pieces off so that the tourists on the boat would laugh and gasp. A glacier was not a moment of Kantian sublime or reverence, but was engaged through the spectacle of capitalism and intervention. Breiding's 9-minute film begins with a dangling flashlight being pulled up from the depths of a glacial hole in reverse. Core extracted. This is Greenland. With sound by artist Jules Gimbroni, the screen reads, drilled from glaciers, measured, logged, shipped, then preserved. This is what happens to the body of the ice. From inside ice core facility, a cargo bay opens to a mundane Midwestern winter, snow cuddled in the dead grasses, American ranch-style houses in the background. We see boot liners, insulated full-body science costumes, and what Breiding calls the styrofoam sarcophagi that house the ice cores. These are thick white containers with stickers on the side, housing the death of something, bits of the glacier's porky belly, perhaps. In this short film, there are very few human bodies, just the detritus of them, save for what are known as the ice curators, who guide us through a space. We see spray-painted wooden pallets that read ice cores only. Bright red knobs and gray-blue metal machine parts frame the archival apparatus built up around the preservation of ice. Halfway through the video, the text on the screen switches to a kind of omniscient narrator. Blood vessels constrict, the skin on the neck, I'm quoting, blood vessels constrict, the skin on the neck feels thin, the coldness of water moves down the chest every time it swallows. This body belongs to everyone. We are invited into it, into being a body in the ice archive, the cold feeling of proximity to its cores. What might it mean to think of the ice itself as our body, one that Breiding proposes is on fire, feverish? While back inside the ice archive, the temperature is negative 24 degrees Celsius. Silver metal tubes with dates and numbers are stacked together. A human body wearing a furrier's cap paces down the halls of tubes upon tubes that house the ice cores. This is one of the most cinematically spectacular moments of the film, if I do say so. The silver tubes, something like 3 feet long each, turn the image into a black and white photo, all shine in grayscale. The cores are cut in semicircles. The title card reads, cylindrical excavation hollows out the fat, chisels a new landscape with scars. The fatty parts keep it warm, then stays cold the longest. The tongue recedes, chatter of teeth, evolutionary echoes. A close-up of the ice core shows colored cells that change like a desert rave on the ice. The Earth's ancient atmosphere is inside the air bubbles that appear on the polarized lens of petrographic microscope. In the archive, I don't know, there's some spelling mistake. In the archive, these are glaciers that no longer exist. The ice itself, a certain kind of camouflage in blues and whites and olive greens, in yellows, pinks, and baby lavenders. Breiding's recent installation at Amherst College, featuring the film Belly of a Glacier, as well as a series of sea-print images of ice from under the microscope. On another wall was a piece called Atmosphere Codex, carved into a square of snowy ordinary drywall, as Svetlana Kiddo writes. Breiding inserted, golden spikes collected on the artist's walks across the railroad tracks to their studio, coins and other metal objects dating back to ancient Rome, a photograph of Vesuvius erupting, a piece of meteorite, the Pegasus Mobile Oil logo, bird feathers, a pipe, and volcanic ash, Mercedes-Benz hood ornament, beeswax prayer candles. Fascinated by the eruption of Alaska's Mount Okmok in 443 BCE and its global fallout, Breiding conceived of Belly of a Glacier as a 3-part project that will culminate in the fall of 2024, I think, with part 2 and part 3, community-led efforts to protect the Rhone Glacier in the Swiss Alps. Breiding's work leads me to think about ice, the way it is figured as an outside and elsewhere, known primarily through the aesthetics of imperial ambition. Thinking with Belly of a Glacier, how is ice used as a space for speculation, horror, colonial ambition, as well as a space of home, often figured in the popular imagination as unhomely? As Julie Cruikshanks reminds us, Athabascan, Tlingit, and Ayak philosophies tell us that glaciers are sentient beings. Jen Rose Smith writes of sea ice as relational, symbiotic, and mutualistic, as it is understood through indigenous life worlds. So what do Arctic dreams give us? How is ice used as a metaphor in art? How do such words, images, metaphors circulate? Writing strategy has to do with the body. As Sarah Ahmed writes, spaces are like a second skin that unfolds in the folds of the body. There's a kind of question that Breiding proposes with the use of words like, if it's your body, will you protect it? They use the language of glacier tongue, glacier silts, glacier snout, where bodies have places and histories, where bodies have communities and kin. Ice is no longer an obstacle to unfettered mobility until it can be tamed, as in Nansen's narrative, but it is sentient, always moving and dynamic. Here, ice in the Arctic more generally are not only figured as an alarm bell for the rest of the world, but the glacier is its own world, its own body to be considered. The horror might not be the body of the glacier, but the way it is touched, cut into, and cut through, beautiful and terrible. Mount Okmak, Utqiagvik, the Rhone Glacier, instead are figured as places with cows or bears, a place of birth and death. It is not an abstract warning for the rest of us down south, but it is a peopled place, a history that exceeds its extraction. It is sentient.
Hi. Oh, there I am. Wow. Okay. That was such a beautiful collection of reflections on this work, and I wanted to say that I didn't know Ohan that well when I started writing about this work for the book and the press release, and we had a studio visit about it, and I just had no idea what the work would be, and I was just very surprised by what it was, because I've never seen anything like it before. And I think one thing that, I watch a lot of documentaries, so I was really interested in how something that we would think about in a kind of documentary context, like this kind of information is presented here so personally and poetically, and the poetry of all this sort of these childhood references and memory, and a calf being born, and the child reading your writing. I found it, when we talked about the work, I found it really interesting to hear about your personal connection to it as a way to enter into this kind of ancient ice. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that too.
Sure. Hold, can I hold? Yes, good. Better. Thank you, Svetlana, for that question. Also, I just want to say it's amazing to be with all of you up here. This is my first time meeting Nicole in person, and we both have roots in southern Italy, so I keep imagining our grandmothers skipping stones, maybe. Ricky and I met surfing in the Pacific Ocean, a part of the queer surf collective. When I think of Ricky, I think of them with a big yellow surfboard. And Katie and I met walking on the ice in Massachusetts and talking about ice. And as Svetlana said, we got really close, I think, through this studio visit and then spending time. And when that happened, you were also not a part of DIA, so it feels really special to be home with you. Thank you. So yeah, to answer your question about how I connect the work to poetry or to the personal, I grew up close to this Rhone Glacier and spent a lot of time there during my childhood. And as Katie, you so well articulated in your text, what the first chapter is about with the ancient ice archive and looking at the capacities of ice in relationship to time, that led me to enter into the archive of my family photographs, where I started to re-photograph and re-film images that my mother had took of me on the glacier or near the glacier. My mother is no longer with us, so there was also this way of allowing her to enter into the work and kind of compare her role as my mother with the role of Mother Nature, in this case, the Rhone Glacier. The girl's voice you hear in the beginning of chapter 2 is the daughter of my best friend Miriam's child named Yuna. She is 10 years old and does not speak English. She's from the Rhone region, which connects 4 of our national languages: Swiss German, Rätoromanisch, French, and Italian. And the text is written by me as if I were her age, remembering the first time I am fully studying a snowflake and just thinking that it's so extremely beautiful, so much so that I need to bring this as a gift to my mother. And of course, by the time I reach her, my own body heat has melted the snowflake. So that led me to think about a fever, or us having a fever, the glacier having a fever, and filming the glacier, I think, in quite a poetic way, where I started with the very top, like elevation-wise the top, and go from the glacier to the glacier lake, to the Rhone River, throughout the Rhone River, until we enter into the Mediterranean Sea. The Rhone means to flow or to flee, and the Rhone is the artery that connects the Swiss Alps to the Mediterranean, or Europe to the Middle East and Northern Africa. So I'm also really interested in thinking about water as a form of poetics and politics, and a materiality that's able to cross borders. Yeah, maybe I'll stop there.
Okay. Yeah. The other question I was going to ask was about, well, watching the calf getting born tonight, like I was thinking a lot about time, just because the sort of anticipation of it is like really intense. And it again brings up this thing about just like, you know, learning about this subject matter in this very slow way. And I know also that like you're drawn to this because of like a political message that you're also trying to convey. And I just wondered like how you balance like the urgent, like that temporality around like the urgency of this, yeah, these glaciers with fevers, and your kind of subjectivity here, which is like the way the work itself, basically, like how you think about that.
Yeah, so the word calving obviously means for a mother cow to give birth to a calf. In glaciologist terminology, calving also means for a big chunk of ice to fall off into the lake or into the ocean. So calving refers both to life and death. And I think there's something really political about using poetry, because poetry is an alternative to what we often see in environmental work that is fact-driven or data-driven, or is about doom. I'm really also trying to play with embodiment and haptics, perhaps even humor, in some of the shots that I just did in Los Angeles, where the cow who's born comes back as an adult cow in a Hollywood studio, and is the main protagonist in an artificial world that is taking place in 2050. 2050, the year that the Rhone is predicted to no longer be. And similarly to me using Yuna's voice, by the time Yuna is her mother's age or my age, the Rhone will no longer be. And I'm thinking about 2050 as this year of nature becoming even more artificial, becoming like what we would think of Hollywood to be, I guess. And There's one more thing I wanted to say. I think a lot of, like, if I think about photography, and like I have such a fraught relationship to photography and to film, and its very violent and colonial nature, I can't help but think about these lens-based mechanisms in relationship to archaeology, or to extracting from the earth. And I had something else from bear with me just 1 second. Yeah, so back to Colleen Smith's Volcano Manifesto. She writes, quote, "I respectfully suggest that the geologist who is liberated from the praxis of extraction becomes a poet." And that really resonated with me. There was something about this work that starts with an ancient ice archive that's deeply rooted in Western Eurocentric notions of what it means to study. And I try to undo that through thinking about the camera as a mediator between my body and the subject, which is ice, and thinking about the water in my body as that which is in connection to what's in front of me, and thinking about the landscapes that hold us as we persist. If these landscapes are no longer with us, we also start to lose our own memories, our own selves.
I think we're going to wrap there, unless, there's anyone in the audience who maybe wants to ask a question about the work or for Ohan. That's okay. And the books will come soon. And if you're interested in a book, please put your contact information down so that we can let you know when they become available. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was like, so it was good. Really? I was like, it's so good because I was.
Okay. Say what? What else would they say? Oh. That's really formal. Oh, interesting. No, I've seen that written, but I've never heard it said. I know, I never. Wow. It's protection. Yeah, I know. I've heard a lot of it. They're probably. I'm like, why are you thinking about time for that? Yeah. I'm like, why are you thinking about vehicular, yeah. Wow. Yeah. AV. And I don't know what I did. You know when you're just like, it doesn't tell you what it was that was the one. You don't know. It's a vibe. Yeah. You don't know. Yeah. It's vibrational. Yeah, exactly. It's totally spiritual. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, it's like, come on. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I've been waiting. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, boy.